All right, let's go ahead and get started then. Sure, people will start filing in eventually. I know people are probably at work here in the States. And those of you over in Europe, I know there's some other people streaming right now. Okay, what was I working on this guy? Working on this. Need to get some orange on the palette. Should probably go ahead and get white on the palette. Should probably go ahead and get gray on the palette. Where is it? Where is it? There you are. What else do I need? I'm gonna need gunmetal. Sure. Get that ready as well. Is there anything else that I need for this model? I don't think there is. Actually, looking at it, I was already working on the gunmetal. Probably letting the orange dry so that where I could start getting better. Start getting rid of some of the look of the primer shining through. Still see a little bit of that on the backpack. I'm pretty sure I'm not going to go with this color scheme. I'm also pretty sure I'm not going to go with the next color scheme. I keep saying color scheme. I mean pattern. I constantly mean pattern and I say color scheme because I've already figured out the colors and I like the colors. But it's the pattern that we're updating. So, I don't have paper towels. I wasn't prepared today at all. I can't believe that. Well, I can. There's constantly something I'm forgetting before I get going in the stream. So... Are any of the usual chatters here? No. Looks like it's all... I'm gonna assume all of these are Discord bots that are here to make sure I don't break to you. Because these are always here. But never chat and never count towards viewers. So I'll mention this here at the top. If you're watching the archive, I will probably mention this again whenever people come in and start talking. I have officially broken my airbrush. I was working on it yesterday, and I figured out what my problem was, and I got it open and I was cleaning it, and then I was struggling to reassemble it. And because I was struggling to reassemble it, I guess I moved something and a gasket fell out. And because the gasket fell out, whenever I was reassembling the nozzle, I ended up shredding the threads off into the airbrush itself. And so now I can't reattach the nozzle anymore, and I can't put a new nozzle into it because I can't get the threads out, and I don't have a tool small enough to get into the hole to remove the threads. So that airbrush is just borked now. It was very upsetting, especially since I don't have a backup. So I'm gonna have to move back over to using. I'm gonna have to be pretty much doing all brush on primer, or using rattle cans for zenithols and stuff like that when we get to Skin Tone project next month. That's not where that paint goes. So that's where we're at right now. Like I said, whenever I get actual chatters in here, I will probably end up repeating that. But I don't know. But yeah, right now, that's where we're standing. It's really weird looking at this user list and none of it counting towards the actual viewer count. That's very strange. Especially since I recognize all of these names. But whatever. It's fine. We'll put here. Yeah, I went through and I did like a full wash of my entire area. I rearranged all of my paints, and I tried to use exclusively I tried to have the ones that are like right here on hand, exclusively being ones that I use frequently. Again, that'll probably get repeated as people get in. Might not. Might just be a thing if people actually bring it up, because I did clean up a lot. Like, I properly cleaned all of my water cups. I properly cleaned my palette, because it was getting kind of gross. I really need to get some copper to go in there so that it doesn't get gross anymore. But there's a lot of reasons why that's not going to happen right now. So we're gonna leave that be. Try to get a nice thin layer. Covers up a lot of these other mistakes. Or we probably don't really need to be bothering with this, but I'm gonna. Probably should just move along and actually worry about the metallics like I was last stream. But I'm fairly confident I'll be finishing this up pretty quickly. I'm not going to go through all the trouble of, hey, Mr. Pancake Flipper. I didn't expect to see you so soon. Honestly, didn't expect anybody to hop in the chat so soon. It's working out okay. I'm cleaning up the orange right now because I can see primer. I don't like being able to see primer. And in other spots, I'm seeing where I made mistakes with the metallics whenever I started putting that on. I haven't touched this since last stream though, so it's basically in the same place. I know you left a little earlier last time though. But yeah, right now I'm cleaning up some spots where I can see primer shining through, and I don't like being able to see primer shine through. And I told myself last time, and I immediately didn't do this, and I knew I wasn't going to do it. But I told myself last time that I was going to put a coat of white down before I went and did the orange to make things a little bit easier on myself, and then I didn't do that. Got a notification while I was getting some popsicles. Oh, well. Glad to know that notifications are working. Like I said, I do appreciate you coming in and hanging out. Ooh, that hand looks especially gross. Should be probably trying to get this under camera better than I am. Yeah, I'm probably ultimately not gonna use this pattern for these Marines. I kind of like the first pattern I painted that I have down here. I don't know if you ended up seeing that one or not. I don't know if you were in the stream earlier to see the first pattern that I did. But this one is the head, arms, and backpack all have the orange, whereas the other one, it was the left arm, the lower right leg, and the helmet, and then the left knee pad. Yeah, the first one, I really like the first one. Like I said, I'm probably gonna end up going with that. But right now, I need to test out these patterns just to see what's up. This, and I do like this, but I think this is gonna be. This might be a special units kind of pattern, you know? Not that, you know, Hellblasters aren't a special unit, but something more like a 5-man squad that has a very particular purpose. Cleanup crew or something like that. Or I could use this pattern for my my apothecary. Because I don't like the full white armor that they use for apothecaries. I understand it. I just don't like it. And since I've already kind of got this emergency orange situation going on, yeah. Exactly. Like, you can tell it's your colors, but different squads may have different patterns for different things. Like I said, it might be a... I don't know. It's not going to be like my usual, like the regular intercessors or something like that. It's definitely not going to be the intercessor pattern. Intercessor pattern is going to be what what that other model looked like. But I don't know, maybe Gravis or Terminators will get something different. Because, you know, you've got the Dark Angels Terminators that have a very different color scheme than the rest of their units, so that could be a way to go. Okay, need to get to the metallics now, because that's pretty well cleaned up. Yeah, it could do something special for the Terminators, or it could do something special for... I really hate that these don't line up the way I want them to. Yeah, it's like I said, I could do as Gravis armors, because I personally like Gravis better than the Terminator. I understand the purpose of the Terminator. It's great. They're canonically amazing. I just like the bubbly look of the Gravis better. And I think that is really the main difference there, is that they've got a real bubbly look as opposed to a real function forward look the Terminators have. I've never really understood for the Terminators, because I feel like it cuts off a lot of visibility for them. It's not my decision on how to do that kind of stuff. Okay, that's sort of working. Oh. I don't know if you were here for it whenever I mentioned this last time. I like painting this this top piece as a full metallic, so it acts as more of a heatsink, because it does look like that's what this particular vent is for. Is not necessarily for venting exhaust or anything like that. It looks like it's specifically meant as being an additional heatsink on top of the regular exhaust that they're back. So I like giving it the look of being somewhat of a heatsink. Because paint does help to trap in heat a little bit whenever you're talking about situations like this. Little handle on it. I am... What'd you say? Doing good. Yeah, I think so too. I really appreciate you saying that. It's like I said, it's a viable pattern to use with basically any color scheme. If you just pick things in the right spots, like I think you always want to have like a darker color as the lower section, and then the brighter color as the uppers. But for pretty much any color scheme, this is a viable pattern. I used to use it for my Necropolis Hawks, which is a navy blue and white. It was navy blue on bottom and then white on top. It looks really good. I was really curious whether or not it would work out for this, and it does. It works out really well. But yeah, it also, like I said, it's not really an intercessor. And yesterday I randomly decided to paint skins. So yeah, how'd that go? What about the kill team? Which kill team? I think aren't there two kill teams? I know there's commandos. I thought there was another one. I could be completely wrong about that. That happens, man. I can't tell you how many model kits I've bought with the intention of working on that are sitting on the shelf. That's kind of why the pile of shame is a thing. want to get their paint there yet, but that is the color I was planning. Okay. Yeah, I got the starter set actually because I wanted the veterans as well, and both together are pretty cheap. Yeah, quote unquote cheap. So like the combat patrol, is that what you mean? You got the combat patrol? Because they have a pretty decent combat patrol. I think, aren't they? I thought they were also coming out with a new combat patrol as well. Again, could be entirely wrong, but I thought they had like your traditional orcs versus like your Beast Snaga lineup. Because the kill team starts. Oh, okay. The full thing with the other squad that's in there. Is that the one that you mean with like the squad in the terrain? Like it's like two opposing squads and in the terrain or whatnot. The I want to say it was like one of the first Octarius boxes. I should not be able to rattle that stuff off the top of my head. Yeah, that makes more sense than what I was saying, because you said kill team. And then my brain immediately omitted you saying kill team. No, Google, I'm not going to upgrade to the Pixel 8a. I have the Pro. Pro is better than the A. Yeah, terrain, veterans, board, commandos. Yeah. All the stuff. Yeah, you're okay. I'm sorry. I misunderstood what you said the first time around, because I'm kind of an idiot. But yeah, my music is awfully loud in my ears. I'm turning that down. I didn't realize you could still get your hands on that. I didn't think they made the full set anymore. I mean, it makes sense that you can still get the full set. I just didn't know that they made it anymore. I thought that was one of those limited edition boxes that GW likes to do. Because making everything FOMO is like their bread and butter. Gotham third-party website where they... Oh! That makes more sense. That makes a lot more sense. My light on camera looks kind of dim. Well, it just looks dim, I guess, on my iPad. Can I turn it up a little? Does that do anything? Brighten it up a little. Yeah, man, no, but I understand, like, buying a box and not getting started on it immediately. I do that all the time. I actually... I have so many STLs that I don't know what to do with. I actually have to go through here in the next day or two, and I have a spreadsheet that I've got shared with Rain that has pictures and names and artists and all that kind of stuff, so that we know what I've got, from whom, what it's called, so that I can go in and actually be able to choose something. Oh yeah, I bought way too many STL sets. Yeah, it's real easy to do that. Lots of amazing minis with it. Yeah. Yeah, that's really what the problem is. I have a special, like, portable hard drive just for my STLs, and it's a 2 terabyte drive, and I've got about 100 gigs left open on it, and that's predominantly like zip files. So there's just a ridiculous amount of data on that thing. I've got so many that I don't need, some that I'll never work on. So yeah, it's so easy to get into that trap. Yesterday I printed out some really cool dwarves. I've seen some cool dwarves. Gamic has been doing a really good job lately with dwarves. And they're real nice, but Yeah, yeah, I know. Like I said, Gamek's been doing some really good dwarves lately, and I'll probably I was a member of his My Mini Factory tribe, so like I got all of them for past couple of months that he's been doing. They're never gonna get worked on. They're just gonna sit on that drive. Because I don't really do dwarves. I'm not a big fan of working on dwarves. But that's just it's just a personal taste. I don't know what it is. Like even in like video games and whatnot, I usually don't go down the dwarf path. Can't explain to you why. Because I've tried thinking about it. I've tried thinking about what it is. I guess I just don't like their aesthetic. I mean, I can appreciate good work and whatnot, you know? I guess it's just one of those situations of it just not being for me. Like one of the guys in my Discord, he's a great artist. Not in my Discord, but in a local gaming store Discord. He's a great artist. He does a lot of commissions. He does predominantly airbrush work, and I recognize he is a good artist. Um, I absolutely hate his art style. Like it's too grungy. He overblows lighting effects. It's just I don't care for it. But I can still look at it and go, yeah, you're good at what you do, and I can appreciate your art for what it is. It's just not for me, man. If that makes any sort of sense, which listening to it out loud, it doesn't feel like it does. Yeah, just a special style. He does commissions constantly. Like I look at his commissions folder on the Discord, and it's insane how much work he's done for people over the past like 2 years. And yeah, I just like, okay, well, hey, there you go. I've seen people painting cartoon style Warhammer minis, not my style. Really cool. I haven't seen cartoon style Warhammer. Well, I say that. I've seen it with some Sigmar models with like orcs and goblins. I mean, goblins are already kind of cartoony, and so are squigs. So yeah, I guess it'd be pretty easy with those. But as far as with like Space Marines or Aldari or Tyranids and whatnot, I think it sounds like it'd be really hard. Yeah, mostly Age of Sigmar. Okay, it makes sense for it to be mostly Age of Sigmar. It's like especially the goblins. Like the goblins that GW puts out are so cartoony already. Also, lots of thick black outlines. I've been thinking about trying something like that with not with necessarily these models. Um, my my painting style works really well in as a cell shaded final piece, but I don't ever really do like the hard black outline. And I've been thinking about trying that on something, is giving it like that hard line to give it more of a Borderlandsy feel, you know. But then I start looking at the model, and it's like, well, it changes my viewing angles when I do that. Like it makes it so that my viewing angle is really only viable from one direction, and I don't care for that. That's one of the reasons why I have issues with non-metallic metal. It's because it's really only got one appropriate viewing angle. Whereas whenever you go with true metallics, the luster changes depending on the direction you're looking at it. And it should, because that's what metal does. But the non-metallic metal doesn't do that. And it's one issue that I have. I mean, completely ignoring the fact that like I just seem to be incapable of painting non-metallic. But I mean, just looking at other artists' work, I tend to still gravitate more towards true metallics than non-metallics. I saw something that Squidmar did, and I shared it with a friend of mine because he had never heard about non-metallic being an option. Shows a certain skill level. It does. It's insane. Like whenever people are capable of doing that, like with ease, I just find it absolutely just their capability. But like I said, Squidmar did a piece that was like non-metallic, but like even the regular, like the skin tones and things like that also kind of had that non-metallic look. They weren't as severe as what you see with a non-metallic, but they were. It was definitely there, and he looked at it and he was like, "You sure you're not just showing me a comic book?" I'm like, "No, that is a miniature. Like, it just looks like a comic book." Like, it does. That's kind of what that turns into. And I'm starting to realize more and more that is really the look that a lot of people are going for. Is they're going for that comic book look with their models. And I'm noticing a lot of people are getting into this habit. A lot of people are getting into this habit of everyone doing the same techniques in the same way, and it's really diverging us from people having their own unique styles. Like whenever you start looking at like Golden Demon winners, like a lot of the times they look like they're using all the exact same techniques, all the same stylings, and not really getting that uniqueness, because like I said, it all kind of starts blending into the same style, and it's just kind of a shame to me. There needs, like, you can use the same genre. You need to have their own. I'd like to see more people with more of a unique signature, if that makes sense. Not saying that like I'm gonna change the world or anything, shit, because in reality, the only thing that defines my style is that I'm not good at it. That I struggle at accomplishing the things that I want to be able to do. I want to be able to blend my shadows better. I want to be able to give more appropriate looking faces and things like that. My unique signature is probably loving it colorful. I am really bad at grimdark. Okay. I think that... I mean, I like colorful as well. I don't use a lot of color, or I don't use as much color as I would like to. And I think that is a personal failing, honestly. One of the reasons why I do have a dark color in this color scheme, but at the same time I've got this bright ass orange that definitely has its own, like, you don't need a lot of other color whenever you're going with something so vibrant over such a large area. You know, who is it? Rogue Hobbies. Like, her use of color is phenomenal. She's able to do so much with so little, and they really pop. And I would love to be able to do something like that. I think it's just more of, in like an instance like that, I think that's just more of a fear of doing it. I should have painted that black before I kept going, but whatever. Yeah, I think it's just like I said, I think it's just a fear of messing up. And plus, I don't particularly like spending massive amounts of time on my models. Like, I enjoy painting, but my brain gets bored too easily. I kind of have a toddler brain in that instance, and that I struggle to focus a lot of times for long periods on one thing, and so I have to change it up. And I think that is a fault in people that is becoming more and more common as media becomes more and more available, but that's a whole different discussion. Like I said, it's just my own personal problems. There is I struggle to focus for a long time. Like I was doing Assault Intercessors. Sometimes I feel like a little bit of ink is something missing, or is missing or something. Maybe it's more of a cyberpunk style. I mean, there is whenever you say something like pink or something like that, you give me an idea of more of a synthwave style than necessarily what I would say is cyberpunk. How is my palette already drying out? I've been here for like, how long have I been here? 30 minutes? I have no counters anywhere? Yeah, there we go. 35 minutes. I've only been live for 35 minutes, and I was gone for like 5 of that. How's my palette already drying out? Oh. But yeah, if like you're thinking like, oh, it needs more pink or something like that, it's that screams more synthwave than cyberpunk necessarily. Cyberpunk also has that implication of grimdark. Well, I guess does it? I guess it matters if you have more of a negative overtone or a positive overtone. Because like yeah, like if you're talking about cyberpunk, like you could be talking about it in a positive way. Which, yeah, you've got people who are augmented and yada yada yada, but you'd be looking at more synthwave with a positive outlook, whereas you're looking at grimdark when you start talking about like the people in the slums and whatnot, because it's just I don't foresee a way of ever getting away from a situation like that, at least not with the current mentality of humanity. But I could be wrong. Black. Need some black. Put on the gun. Did I do the eagle wings? I did not do the wings. I need to do the wings. Let's hold off on the black and do the wings. I'll do this test piece. Kind of hard to get up in there. It kind of works. That is honestly a hard. I don't even think I'm painting all of it in there because of how. I didn't do his face pipes. I'm missing so many things. I'm not paying attention. Or maybe it's just because his gun is so high. I'm pretty sure I built him wrong. So it almost looks like he's like looking down the barrel of his gun. A little difficult for me to see some of the stuff going on. Brain. Go. Face parts. Filters changed out. Regularly changed parts. No sense in painting something changed out. I didn't do that ear. Orange. Okay. Okay, that looks a little bit better. Alright, now the black. Now the black. Cover up the black parts of the gun. Because again, like I said, I don't like there being like bare primer anywhere. I was so confused building my Kazarkin. That is, I hate that word. Kazarkin. because I grabbed the wrong arm by accident and it was aiming into the air. That was confusing. Yeah, see, that's the thing about these models that have like all their guns crossing their chest, but then also have like these pipes and whatnot that go from their guns to their backpack or something. Is if you don't get it positioned perfectly, which you a lot of times can't because for some stupid reason they don't key them. Like if you're gonna make the monopose, like key everything so that there's not a chance of me putting something on wrong. But since they don't key the arms, it's really easy to get them into the wrong position. It looked right at first. Yeah, like that happens a lot. That's exactly what I mean. Like it looks right like while you're doing it, and then you put it in place and it's like, wait, what's going on here? And then you try to fix it and it just doesn't want to get fixed. That happens really often. With doing the ones, like I said, that have the guns crossing the chest. My towel. I don't want to lay flat at all. So I end up with like I said, I've got a little bit of a break here, and this is one of the more minor breaks than a lot of the others that I have. So yeah, it's like just key the shit. Just make it so that there's, if you're gonna make it monopose, make it so there's only one way I can do it. Otherwise, it's not really monopose, is it? There's still enough play in it that it could be a little different. I don't know. Maybe that's the goal. Maybe people were complaining so much about the idea of monopose models not being able to customize their Marines, even though there's like only a handful of things you can do with those customizations, that they didn't like it. But I think with the monopose you can get a richer a richer posing. You can get more unique than with the ones that have like all the adjustments and whatnot. I guess you play Space Marines as well. I don't play. I mean, I do and I don't. Like, I haven't played any 10th edition. I played 9th edition with a friend of mine, and whenever I did play, yeah, I'm pretty much just here for painting. That's really all I do. And like I've been considering opening up commissions for people, because it would really help my family if I did. But yeah, I mostly just do it for fun. Like I said, I did play a little 9th edition with a buddy of mine, and when I did, like, I played 3 different factions. Like, I did do a round with Space Marines. I played as Raven Guard, or those are the rules that I was using, was Raven Guard. I didn't play with Raven Guard once, but I played with Raven Guard, and then I played with Chaos Space Marines. They did a really bad job. Their rules were not written well for 9th edition. And then I played as Death Guard. And I did pretty well as Raven Guard and as Death Guard. I didn't play any of the Xenos factions. I don't have an excuse for that. I just didn't, because I've got a ton of orcs that I could use. Because I did go through and buy, like I said, I did buy the Beast Snagga box, and that was a really fun one. I still have to finish it. Good thing Astra Militarum currently is really strong. See, I don't, and I bet they are. I bet in game that the Guard is great. I don't like the Astra Militarum personally. For the same reason that Rain doesn't like Space Marines. They're boring. They're just boring. They're little toy soldiers that don't have enough variance in what they are to justify how many there have to be. And I'm speaking strictly from a painting point of view, okay? I'm not talking about lore. I'm not talking about rules or anything like that. I'm talking about strictly from an aesthetic point of view. They're not that interesting. So so I don't want to get it twisted. It's not a matter of being prejudicing its guard or anything. Yeah, there's just not enough visual difference in them. Like, Tyranids are all very similar, yes, but every unit is different. Like, they're all structurally different. You can tell what one thing is from another. Baron Croc, nice to see you, buddy. So yeah. It's definitely a situation of, I would just like some more visual difference in these in different units. Just wait for my Swiss guard that I will one day do. Oh yeah, you actually gonna do it? You actually gonna ever get those done and ready to show? Is it just me, or is camera slightly out of focus? It's always out of focus. I can't get the fucker to work right. Like, last night, it was fine. Like, I readjusted my setup a little bit last night, and it was fine. It was looking at these the way that it was supposed to, the way I wanted it to. And then today, having never turned it off, it's out of focus. It's always the goddamn camera. Like, what I really need to do, like, and I was saying this, I need to bust out my DSLR and figure out how to get it set up the way that it needs to be. But yeah, no, for whatever reason, it's focusing, like, it focuses on the mat here. You can see the my little silicone mat just fine. You can see all the detail in it for whatever reason. But the 3 inches above it that my model is, it can't focus there. It never wants to focus where I actually have the model. You know, and I can't paint in my desk. So it's just annoying. It's annoying that every single stream, it seems like I have this issue. I have this exact same issue. And I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Like even looking at my palette. My palette is a 1/2 inch taller than my desk, and it's out of focus there. For whatever reason, it only wants to focus at my desk level. And I can't explain it. Maybe I need to actually go through and adjust my camera and like pull it further away and readjust how I've got the zoom done, because I do have it zoomed in a little bit. I've got about a 30% zoom on it. You spoke. My colleague had his car battery go down to 5 volts. He cleaned out the back yesterday. Destroyed. Tech today is so smart. It is dumb. Yeah. Normally it is easier to focus with a bit of distance. Like I said, I may need to just do that. I may need to just pull it up, put more work into it, put a few hours of actually trying to get this where it needs to be, because it doesn't, the camera that I'm using doesn't give me focus settings. It gives me a shit ton of other settings, but it doesn't give me focus settings, and I think that's my biggest issue with it right now, that it just doesn't want to be, it doesn't want to do what I want it to do. And I put it over here for some stupid reason instead of where it would be easy for my brush to go. So yeah, that's the whole situation with that. So yeah, I'll work on it. I will work. I'll probably work on it all day tomorrow, trying to get the camera in a position that makes sense, so that it's actually visible, so y'all can see these things in the detail that I'm seeing them in. Well, you probably won't see them in the detail that I see them in, because my eyes work differently than normal people's, but that's a whole other thing. That might not be the brown I use. I might need to use a different for my leathers. The burnt sienna might be too bright. Yeah, I'd like y'all to be able to see these things well, because like I have my higher res images that I put into the Discord. I don't know if y'all are members of the Discord or not. I did post a work in progress on this guy in the Discord yesterday, and I think it looks really good. But yeah, I'd like y'all to be able to see these a lot better than what you are. I know tech media normally have their camera like 2 to 3 meters away. Sure, it is so they get out of frame. Well, yeah. That like there's a lot of reasoning why you position cameras the way that you do whenever you're talking about media like that. At the same time, I want to point out like I am using what is essentially the equivalent of a webcam. Trying to do something that's 1.5 inches tall. Like getting too far away, you're going to lose everything. Now, unfortunately, this is a 1080p camera, so I could theoretically lift it up and get a little bit better. You know what? All right, let's just try it right now. It's real easy for me to make one adjustment. I gotta undo 2 of these, don't I? So let's up that a little bit. And no, oh god, I need to work at the right monitor. Let's see how that works. Can you see it better there? Nope, looks exactly the same. I moved it 4 inches, and the focus did not shift at all. So you have an idea of what I'm working with. That knee is gonna blip. Not nearly as smooth as. Okay, I need to do, what do I need to do? I need to do fire, the button, the lenses and the lights, plasma. I'm not going to do the plasma like I did last time, because I have an idea. Looks better? Well, okay. Alright, I'll take it. If it looks better to you, then that is progress, and we'll like I'm not going to take the time to readjust that because where I've moved it to is actually kind of better for me, anyways. Okay, so I need to do the reds, I need to do the yellows, and I need to do the blues. So let's start with the blue. Yeah, sure. Let's call it that. Like I said, I'll fiddle with it more. I'll try to get it so that it is so that what I'm working on is a lot more visible to you guys. That's weird. Why is my calendar telling me that? I just got a notification from my calendar that I'm supposed to be going live in 10 minutes. When it's supposed to be set for 2:30. I really need to work on getting that fixed. Do we have to? Is that a requirement for my streams now? Is that we talk about something controversial? I didn't realize that I was going to be that guy. I'm sorry. I feel like I'm not reading that correctly. What time is it for me? It is 3:20 p.m. So, those of you that use 24-hour time, 15:20. Why would I eat? Why would I electively eat flowers, Baron Croc? Why is that? Why is that a thing that I would electively do? Okay, dandelions or lilac, both of which I'm pretty sure just taste like weeds. Because I've had no, I'm thinking of lavender. I'm thinking of lavender candy, not lilac. Lavender candy, it's awful. I saw one guy do dandelion burger. Looked kind of nice. I mean, I've heard of dandelion wine. I've heard of dandelion burger. I mean, I've only heard of dandelion wine because of the book, but I don't know if that really counts. No, lavender candy is awful. It is disgusting. Is this the controversial thing we're gonna have? You're gonna say one thing and I'm gonna completely disagree with you because you're wrong? I don't know that counts as controversial. I think that just counts as a disagreement. I've tried making a lilac drink. Turned out really well. It was super popular with the whole family plus some friends. See, I can't say as I've ever tried anything. Yeah, Bobo, nice to see you. You say I'm getting there with the Plasma Squad. I am working on the second guy. And he's most likely going to get stripped and reprimed anyways. To match to end up being whatever the color pattern ends up being. So, because that's the whole goal of these few streams. No. He's good. I'm not saying he's bad. I was talking about this with Pancake Flipper earlier. This pattern will likely get used, just not on intercessors or intercessor style Marines. It'll probably be a special unit or something like that. It's not necessarily going to be these guys though. It's different. Didn't we establish you basically only needed one guy to defeat an army? Have two guys. We never established that. We argued for like an hour and a half, but we never established it. But yeah, like I said, this pattern is I might use it for my Terminators or for my Apothecary, but I don't think this is not going to be an intercessor pattern that I end up using. I'm sure it was established. No. I firmly believe that you are wrong, sir. That was not established. That was theory at best. That was theory and argument, but it was not established. You may think it was established, but we did not establish. Okay, so that takes care of the blue. Let's do the red and the red. Do I want to use? Can I use this for the other one? I'm gonna try this one. I'm gonna try a new red out. Not that y'all are gonna be able to tell. It's too like even next to them, they're super subtle. But I'm gonna try using a different red than I used last time and see how it pans out. And as soon as I have some red and some yellow left on this guy, and then I'm gonna move to trying out a third pattern, and we're gonna see how that plays out. I have not totally figured out in my brain what that third pattern is going to be. I can't watch this without wanting to rewatch Astartes again, and I've watched it like 30 times. Sir, that seems excessive to me. Seems very excessive to me. Well, I can't comment on that because it is locked behind a paywall. And I actually just ended up canceling a streaming service because I can't afford it anymore. So, oh, is it? Well, maybe I'll look it up. I did not realize it was free on YouTube. I honestly feel like everything that's on Warhammer Plus should just be on YouTube because I think they would end up making more money on that in reality. But they feel this need to harbor their IP the way that Disney does theirs, and I just don't understand that. First 5-part shorts, got one guide. Also, it's because people tend to make vids about it. Well, there's a lot of people that quit GW because of the way that GW likes to do things. Biggest shareholders is BlackRock, maximizing profit. Yeah. Yeah. Can't argue with that. They also seem to be those guys that like to chase copyright, like Nintendo does. Yep, going the wrong direction. Problem with people wanting to pump money out of GW. Heavily fan-driven. Yeah. Fans have a lot of impact on it, but I'm sure there's a book somewhere that has all the plans for the next 15 years about what's going to be going on with lore and whatnot. And they're just finding ways to drip feed it. I'm not going to take the time to do that. How does that compare? How does that red compare to this red? It's a lot more subtle. Can y'all see that? I don't know if y'all can really see that. I can see it on my camera. I'm looking at the wire that's going from the gun to the backpack. And so this one I'm using a truer red, whereas this one's using kind of an orange red. The right is popping more. Yeah, see, that's the thing. Is like and I don't know if I want to go with the pop or if I want to go with the subtle. What do y'all think? Is the pop more favorable, or do you think the subtle would be better off? I'm leaning subtle. One on the left more. Okay, that settles it. We got. I was leaning towards subtle. I liked it better. So yeah, we'll go with subtle going forward. That was productive. Now I have to figure out where the hell my yellow ochre is, because I rearranged all my paints yesterday. There you are. Okay, that's a good way of looking at it. I mean, I could go through all the trouble of weathering them down. Like these guys are still in a state of test, so I haven't done any kind of shading or highlighting or anything like that. That was more paint than I wanted to go down. So yeah, like I like the yellow ochre for the lenses, for the small bits of lights that are on different places. Seems counterintuitive to have popping colors in a battle too. I want you to think about the Blood Angels and really think about the statement you just made. Like the Blood Angels, the Ultramarines, all those guys who are big fans of bright colors. One because the other one looks like the other just skipped out of the factory. Well, the Blood Angels are right in the head. Yeah, okay. Again, the boys in blue, the Ultramarines. You wanna, or better yet, the Imperial Fists. Like whenever your entire body is one giant, hey, look at me. Well, I mean, if you're going to make that argument, you have to make them argue out every chapter, which just makes all of them suck. So yeah, it's like it doesn't really matter at this point, in my opinion, whenever it comes to color with Space Marines, because their armor makes so much noise. Anyways, like their armor makes so much noise, so it's not like you're going to be sneaky or anything. Like, Raven Guard are the only ones who really try, and it's still not that effective. Well, there's one chapter, I forget who they are, but they actually try to kill. And do a fairly good job of it. But again, once you start marching, well, that's what I mean. I didn't need this much paint, because this is these little lights that are on these guys aren't that significant. Okay, so we got the metallics done. We got the gray done. We got the orange done. We got the gun pretty well set up. We got the metallics. We got we've decided to go with a new red for the wire. The lights are all done. I think that's a good place to... Hello, cat. I think that's a good place to call him. So he's got the... Like I said, this is the one that has the arms, the head, and the backpack as the orange, with the torso and legs using the dark gray. And it's, like I said, I like it. I just don't like it for intercessors. It's gonna probably end up... It'll probably end up being a Terminator or a Gravis or an Apothecary. It might just be the Apothecary. And I might have something entirely different altogether for Terminators, because I feel like Terminators deserve their own thing as well. I don't know how y'all feel about that, but that's kind of what I'm leaning towards. Kind of having that same situation that Dark Angels have, where your Terminators are wholly different than the rest of the troops. Alright, let's go with you. You're another one that got airbrushed. And how do I want to do this? How do I want to do this? Because this is challenging. I think it's pretty nice when some units stand out. Yeah, that's what I mean. I think I want to have it where, like, my intercessors, I think, are all going to use this pattern, where it's got the left arm, the lower right leg, the left knee pad, and the helmet, and then the little circle thing on the back. I think that's what my intercessor appearance is going to be. I think my kind of it's almost an upper half kind of situation. It's orange with the lower half as the dark gray. I think that's going to end up being my Apothecary. And now Pink Kazarkin, okay. Which is why I don't like the inclusive move on 40k. I like the most. The dark, ruthless, no care, gory horror. They're not right in the head, so don't put them right in the head. Oh, jeez, that's... You just went for it, huh? I totally agree with you, man. It hurt when I see some of the moves they are doing now. These are all fair statements. I think I definitely need to use a different brush because I'm gonna try to get some of the black done. This is the wrong brush to do this with. It's absolutely. Oh, why am I still doing this? This is completely. Get in there. Get what's gonna be black, so that the showing through. Well, the people in 40K aren't really the best of role models. Should not tried to be turned into. I think that way about a lot of people. I think a lot of people who are famous should not be treated as role models, but that doesn't change parents from wanting that to happen. You gotta think of the children, man. I'm gonna think of the children. It's not obvious by the tone of my voice I'm being sarcastic. Oh, I didn't do the belt on the other guy. Fuck him. It doesn't matter. I don't want people like the... No, you should want everybody should be a role model. Everybody everywhere should always be role models. Then all of the horrible things. Doesn't matter if people have mental disorders. If they have proper role models, it'll be fine. I need to stop talking before I start getting belligerent. Yeah, you would get a special mindset if you lived in 40K universe. I think everyone. I think everybody would just be incredibly depressed. Do you pre-spray or do you paint your primer? Okay, that is a complicated question right now. So normally I would say I use an airbrush primer. This individual that I'm working on right now, I airbrushed the primer onto. Not all of these Marines were airbrushed, and the reason for that is because the nozzle on my airbrush ended up getting clogged, and I had to clean it out. And I was struggling to figure out how to remove the nozzle to clean it. So what ended up happening was I figured out how to do that yesterday. And I went in and I cleaned it, and there was so much gunk in there. I was like, yes, all right, this is going to be great. Everything's going to work fine now. And then when I went to put the nozzle back on my airbrush, the gasket that goes between the nozzle and the rest of the body had fallen off, and I didn't realize that because of how incredibly small it is. So when I went to tighten it, it over-tightened. And because of how ungodly tiny the nozzle is, because it's not a good airbrush, all of the threads that screw the nozzle in ripped off the nozzle and got stuck inside the airbrush. So I can't attach the nozzle anymore. So now I'm at a point of I have airbrush primer that also works as a brush on, because where are you? So like this guy, you can see by my little sticky pad here that he was airbrushed. But if you look at this guy, you can see his little sticky pad has obvious brush marks on it, and the primer's not nearly as even on him. You might not be able to see how uneven the primer is, but it's very uneven on him. Is it aluminum? I don't think so. What, the airbrush? What are you asking? Is it aluminum? But anyways, so yeah, my airbrush is functionally destroyed now. The airbrush, it most likely is. It's in a drawer. Give me a second. Like I said, it's real cheap. It came with my compressor. It came with my compressor, and I think the whole kit cost like $50. So most likely it's a real cheap. Like, this is the airbrush that I have. You motherfucker. So yeah, this is the airbrush that I have, and then I open her up, you can see like the nozzle is gone, and I won't be able to show you, but the threads are like deep down in there, and I can't get into there to get at them. So it's I can't use this anymore, basically. You did set that up good. I'm not gonna lie. But like, that's the airbrush that I have, or had, I should say. I've got it down in a drawer because I can't bring myself to throw it away. Can't explain why. I just can't. So yeah, that's my issue as far as that goes right now. What I'm going to most likely transition over to is using rattle can primers. I have a whole bunch of those in a drawer somewhere. The only problem is the weather is never predictable. Yeah, that's a decent way of looking at it. Yeah, like I said, the weather here is not really predictable. So it's raining at weird times. It's overly hot at others. And it's not conducive to using the rattle can primers outside. So most likely what I'm gonna end up doing is, like I said, I've got an airbrush primer that I can just brush on. It says on the label it's like used with a brush or with an airbrush. And that's most likely what I'm gonna end up doing in the future. I just have to make sure I get more even coats than what I have been. I live in Texas. And anyone in the US will tell you that the localized weather is weird. Like, a lot of people like to say, oh, weather, like I've been hearing a lot lately of like, oh, weather in Ohio is never predictable. It's the whole fucking, the entire continent doesn't make any sense. We have a giant grassland in the middle and forests on two sides. Like, what the hell? In Iceland, you'll get rain, sun, clouds, hail, and snow within 2 hours sometimes. That happens here, too. That happens in Texas as well. I know it's a more volcanic issue in Iceland, but like, we sometimes get random hail in the middle of the summer. Don't know what to think about that. What I'm doing now is I'm trying a split down the middle pattern. I'm going to try to give him his right side being the dark gray and his left side being, and see how I feel about that. I don't know that this is what I'm going to end up going. I've only seen heavy fog slowly raise and become clouds. Fog is usually a morning issue in Texas. It's not. Most times it's not a middle of the day problem. The sun comes in and burns it all out. It's mostly just like I said, it's typically a morning issue. It's never an all day problem. Have you ever heard of Texan softball hail? That's real fun to deal with. It's absolutely terrifying. So that's typically a spring issue, and it's not a very common one. It's usually just golf ball hail. But yeah, we get softball size hail as well. And that's considerably more destructive and terrifying. But infinitely more rare. But it does happen. Not often in like the city areas though. That's also one of those. It's more out in the rural areas, which I have a lot of rural area in Texas. If I ever visit Texas, I'll have to have a hard hat on. No. You don't have to. It's never that kind of issue. The biggest issue in Texas is the heat. When you have those stretches of 45 days of 115 degree weather, and you haven't even reached proper summer yet, that's the stuff you have to worry about. I should tell you a lot about the city's impact on climate. Oh, absolutely. What just happened over there? Guessing that was a cat. Okay. Now to try to split this down the middle. I'm not going to be very successful at this, especially with the crazy ass way this model is made. Snow lasts a lot longer in the woods here, like months sometimes. Well, snow lasts a few hours here. Yeah, that feels about right. A few hours. We really only have like maybe 1 week a year where we have to worry about inclement cold weather. So, God, weather in Germany is a little more predictable. Besides April, of course. Well, April is a struggle everywhere. Depends on the part of Texas. Well, also a fair statement. I didn't live out in any of the deserty areas. Rain did. But I never lived out in the... I've never lived in the deserty parts of Texas. Good winter here. Snow late November to early April. Snow in Texas is the second week of February. That's it. It's going to be the second week of February. If it's any other time, the world is ending. Yeah, okay. Fine. You can say that. You can say that about everything, though. Oh, not doing it great. You can kind of see the color definition between the black and the gray. Mr. Pancake Flipper, but there's so much farmland in Germany. I remember the floods. I think there's a lot of farmland everywhere, man. Depends on what you want to grow. Growing up in West Texas, I had white Thanksgiving instead of white Christmas. Oh yeah, floods are huge here. I don't know that they know what Thanksgiving is. Like, Thanksgiving is a last week of November kind of situation. This year we had a flood destroying a village. Just one? Oh, I immediately hate what I'm doing. Deal with it. It was one that got destroyed by a flood. Oh god. Southern Sweden has more issues with floods, and they are further south. You go, less forest and more farmland. Why does my chat take some of the weirdest turns? Like, this has gotten dark. I'm not gonna stop you. Like, keep going. But, like, how does this always happen? We're over here comparing natural disasters. Denmark is more like just gray and meh all the time. We got the right people here. Are all of y'all European? I mean, it makes sense. Like, everybody stateside is at work right now. Yeah, I really do seem to just attract the right people. This is a European chat now. I'm not going to deny that. That happens a lot, actually. That my chat gets very European, which is fine. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. My phone's ringing. I might need to take that. I got to go on break, guys. Never mind, I missed the call. Sorry. I looked up and I was getting a call, and there's a chance, though unlikely, that was one of my doctors. So, theoretically, they will leave me a voicemail. My plant's almost... Wait, what? 3 winters ago was gray all day for like 3 months straight here, and we basically did not have the sun. Oh, my plants. Oh, jeez. Like last year, had 1 week of sun. These areas sound very depressing to live in. Like, I know we have cities in the US that we pay people to live in because they're so depressing. But sun today and it was amazing. Okay. Gray looks good. Gray looks good. Moment looks bad. Gray looks good. By cities, do you mean whole states? Yeah. I don't know. I don't mean whole states. I know basically all of northern Alaska people have to get paid to live in because of like the whole 30 days of night bullshit. I don't think it's all of Alaska. I don't think it's all of Alaska. I could be wrong about that, but I don't think it's all of Alaska. Just like the northern half. I got sunburned when I was working outside out last week. My body is to no sun. Yeah, it sounds like. I didn't get his little butt flap. Besides visit, I enjoyed this year's Eurovision Song Contest way more than last year. Did y'all watch it? Oh, okay. We're gonna remove me from the conversation. Fine. That's cool. I mean, we get Eurovision here too. I just didn't pay attention. Thing about Scandinavia is when the sun is there, everyone outside having a good time. Oh, that. I don't know. That sounds like both a good thing and a bad thing. That could get tedious really easily. All right, let's see how much I regret doing this. Well, since you don't need to be European to be in Eurovision, why isn't the US in it? Well, I didn't say that we're in it. I said we see it. We get the broadcast. Americans are kind of full of themselves if you haven't noticed. Like, that's why we have American Idol. That's our thing. I feel like the U.S. would take it too seriously. They would. The U.S. would take it too seriously. The U.S. takes everything too seriously. That whole "we are the best" bullshit. Oh boy, is that patchy. I like Americans, but I don't like America. You care to elaborate on that? I'm not. In no capacity do I think you are wrong in the slightest. I'm curious as to your reasoning there, though. I really want to know what you mean by that, because that has a lot of different connotations, and I'm curious if we have the same opinion there. Because there's a lot of times where I like Americans, I don't care for America. No, come on, no, go all the way to the line. Go all the way to the line. Because there was definitely a period of time where we considered immigrating. I know a lot of great Americans, but looking at America from across the pond, it seems kind of, well, I understand. I totally understand what you mean by that. And, yeah. Like I said, you're not necessarily wrong. I cannot say that you are right, because, you know, I may get kicked out of the country. But I can't say you're wrong. Sometimes the U.S. feels a bit dystopian. A bit? Okay. I thought we were a little more overt about that. But I guess I was wrong. Now, the U.S. is starting to turn into the definition of dystopian. Because we definitely think of corporations first. It's always corporate before citizen. It's always profits over people. No, I get it. I understand not wanting to take too strong of a stance on anything. I try to not, but my opinion burns through too easily. I'm naturally angry, so it's real easy for me to go off. I broke my arm at work, 6 weeks off work. Could have asked for 10, but I refused that. Workaholic. Yeah. 0 loss of income. Actually, I got a small bonus. Then no added stress, and I could heal, then go back to work. Yeah, that wouldn't happen here. You'd get 2 weeks off, and you'd be expected to be back at work, or else you would be going on leave with no pay. And I know this because it happened to me. In 2022, I got sick, and I had to go in for surgery. And yeah, I got sick and I had to go in for surgery, and I was allowed 2 weeks to heal. And that's like getting my gallbladder removed. So like not a major surgery or anything like that, but the most I was allowed was 2 weeks. I wasn't healed because the surgery did not fix my problem, and I was expected to then go on leave with no pay. And during that time where I could not be at work, they were already short-staffed because, once again, profits over people. And they couldn't fill my position with someone who could work. So I ended up actually having to leave the job. because they couldn't fire me because of certain labor laws. But I liked the people I worked with, and they were already overworked. So I ended up having to leave the job, and I've been unemployed since. Pulling no income because that's how the U.S. works. I can't go on disability. We have disability as an availability thing here in the U.S., but we make too much money through my partner, so we don't qualify for it. And I can't. There's a lot of issues as far as like doctors are concerned and things like that are preventing me from getting better. And yeah, so yeah, I bring absolutely no income to my family right now, and that's just how the American system works. The unions have the contracts that you need insurance at the workplace. They cover 20%, and the government covers 80% of them. It has a cap of 5,000 or something a month long. Long-term leave. This has some regulations. Kick after 6 months. Well, thank God you have a partner in that case. Yes, no, I'm extremely fortunate. It's not enough for us to be able to live comfortably. We're under a great amount of stress all of the time because things are still so ungodly awful in the U.S. if you're not in the top 10% of earning. But yeah, that's one of the reasons why I do push for people to follow and all that kind of stuff, because I do want to get affiliate. I would love to be able to get some ad revenue. I'd love to be able to get people who can come in and subscribe. I know that's not really an option yet. Yeah. Like I said, the U.S. system just isn't good. And because I am in Texas, that makes things actually a little bit harder on me. Because we are in what is called a right-to-work state, where the unions have essentially no power whatsoever. So, in reality, if an employer in Texas has decided that they want to get rid of you, for any reason, they are allowed to. They can fire you at any time for any reason. Without notice. Like, I know that notice is something that has to happen in a lot of European countries. You can be fired anytime for no reason without notice, and you just have to accept that. And there's nothing you can do about it unless you can prove some sort of discrimination. Which, in my case, there's no discrimination that I can prove. Let's see. Kind of like everywhere, if you are below income, it kind of sucks. See, that's the thing, is it's not low income. We're doing a lot better than most families, and we're still struggling. Like, I want to say we're not necessarily in the, like I said, the top 10% is where you can live comfortably without really any issue. In the top, like, 30%, you're fine. We're somewhere in the middle. We're around the like 55% mark. And things are still pretty tough. But mostly because because there's two of us. You're over the top. I have a bug that just will not leave me alone. If you're talking, I cannot hear you. So yeah, it's the U.S.'s structure is just bad because our government doesn't want to take care of its people. Is really all it is. I want to know the horror stories of people getting fired overnight. It's a real common thing in a lot of places. Yeah, you can just be fired for no reason. It's awful. I like our system. The unions have power, but they work with the market, and if that doesn't work, the government steps in to solve the issue. and no one wants the government to mandate things. Well, yeah. Elon Musk are working against the unions here, and that is not working out well for Tesla. Elon, I don't understand Elon, but I don't want to get into that. Like, I don't understand rich people in general. Because they seem to think that helping people is going to just destroy everything. That making things more fair for the people below them is going to make it so that they don't have money. It's not going to make it so they don't have money. It's just going to make it so that other people can just live the way they want to and actually buy the products that the rich people are trying to peddle. And this thought process that you're going to lose money because people are making money just doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. You don't end up rich if you trade fairly with others. That's not what I mean. You will always have an elite. Like, that is a fundamental prospect of humanity. There will always be an upper class. There will always be people who are more well off. That is an impossibility to get away from. But if you give people what they are worth, then that is easier for them to reinvest back into you to continue to make you money. And it's that concept that I don't understand why the wealthy elite don't get it. Like, Henry Ford was an awful human being. Okay? Like, I'm not going to defend him as a person. But he gave his workers fair wages. He gave them additional time off because he looked at it and went, if I work these people to death and I work them as much as I do, they don't have time or money to buy the things I want to sell. And so he made changes, and he made even more money. Also, a lot of people think giving poor people money makes everything more expensive, which isn't true. Very, very much the case. I agree with that statement. Well, I think in a state in the U.S., McDonald's had to pay its employees a minimum wage, and the prices went up like 6 cents or something. Louis Rossmann is wealthy today. He is treating his workers fairly. I understand what you mean there, Baron Croc, but I wouldn't call Louis Rossmann wealthy. I'd say he is very well off. I wouldn't call him wealthy. He is a hard worker. He does advocate for things to be done fairly, and I do appreciate all of those things. Yes, more wealthy than most people. That I will agree with. And we don't have. I think the biggest issue in the States is that the citizenry are so put down that we can't fight for ourselves anymore. And again, it's because the government is corporation first. They want businesses doing well. They don't necessarily look at making policy for the people. They think that they're obsessed with this trickle-down economics bullshit that doesn't work. And saying we just need to get over ourselves and work harder. And it's like, but we're already working 2 to 5 jobs. Working harder doesn't do it. Wealthy to a reasonable degree. Okay, that's a fair way of stating. That's a very fair way of stating. Sorry, that was an impassioned rant that I didn't mean to go on today. Trickle-down economics. Why would I pass down money if I didn't have to? Exactly. Not sure why nobody thought that that's what people would look at it as. But for whatever reason, and I don't get it. There's a lot of the working class in the U.S. that still believes in the lies of trickle down economics. Also, rich people mostly hoard their money instead of spending it to grow the economy. Yeah, that's also very true. Like right now, every economist is telling, at least in the United States, I can't speak for any of your countries, because obviously I'm a stupid American and I don't know. But all the U.S. economists are telling us, no, the economy is great right now. We don't know what you people are complaining about. And it's literally, you have to be in the top 10% of earners for the economy to be considered good. You have to be someone who can actually invest thousands of dollars into the stock market, which is just a complete and total scam, to be able to get any of that good that's happening in the economy. Middle class, that is shrinking, yep. The best class for the economy. They have some savings, money for investments, and they also spend a lot. Well, they have to spend. Like right now, sad to say, right now I'm pretty sure we are living negatively. We are living 100% in the red all the time, and have been for several months. And that is partially due to me getting sick and not being able to work and not having an income. And it sucks. Like, I'm pretty sure all the savings that we had before I got sick are gone. And then we're having other random medical issues because obviously there's two of us and our problems aren't going to be one-sided. So yeah, we're literally budgeting negative right now to try to live. Imagine it sucks to feel as if you were a burden. It does. There's a lot of times where they try to reassure me, but that feeling doesn't go away. Well, the previous government in Germany made a stupid rule where Germany isn't allowed to take loans to invest into infrastructure. We still don't have fiberglass cables in my city. Jeez. City are you in? But yeah, no. Whenever I was bringing in an income, like we were making double what we are now, because we were pretty similar earners. We're both college graduates, which is becoming more and more of a burden than it should be, at least in the U.S. I know there's a lot of good social programs in Europe for getting secondary education. There's not in the U.S. I think just in student debt, between the two of us, we're about 60,000 in student debt right now. Between the two of us. I could be wrong about that. 75% of Germany doesn't have fiberglass. That's a lot. That's a lot of people. Holy student debt is brutal there. Yeah. No, and we're actually better off than a good portion of people. But because that's like I said, that's between the two of us. A lot of people, that's one person. And even more people are even higher than that. We do not, for some reason, the US does not consider education to be something that should be invested in. And I don't mean that from a standpoint of people. I mean that as a standpoint of the government. The government, for some reason, does not feel that education is something that needs to be invested in. they're constantly cutting the education budget here. They're constantly telling us that we just need to work harder, but they're not doing anything to regulate what universities are charging. So, yeah, it's secondary education in the United States is a very troubling thing. I had to stop working hours as a stand-in since I couldn't get even a small loan to go to get a small apartment. I had to study to get a regular job. Used to up my savings. Then I had to ask the town for money to cover base needs. It felt awful, even though that is exactly what the system is for. I hate being a burden to provide. No, I'm right there with you. Whenever I was in school, I got my total degree from start to finish was $64,000. Was how much my course was going to take. I knew that from the day I signed up because I went to a very structured university. So it was $64,000 for my education. I got a degree in digital cinematography. And I had to subsidize $55,000 of that. I think that's a problem many people hear as well. People who are poor often feel ashamed to take government money. Yeah, I think that's a problem everywhere. Is people do have a sense of pride in themselves, and they don't want to think of themselves as a burden. We do have communities who don't have that same feeling here in the U.S. They're a lot smaller, and unfortunately, the people who run our country seem to believe that everybody here is going to be the kind of person who wants to take advantage of the system. And there's so many fewer people that don't take advantage, that get punished because their programs get destroyed because of the one or two people that do take advantage of it. And it's very troubling. You know, we have so many states now that are building basically anti-democratic laws to fight election interference and voter fraud and things like that. When there was less than a 1% issue in voter fraud, I think it was even less than 0.5%. But because Donald Trump said that the election was rigged and it was faked, everybody has to agree with that. So yeah, things that make like I think in Texas it's gonna be impossible for us to do any kind of mail-in ballot this year. Like major election this year, I don't think we're gonna be allowed to do mail-in ballots. Because despite the fact that there was no fraud found, everybody's claiming election fraud. So doing things for the people just isn't the way that we work here. And then there's some people I don't know about. I know about one who used the system to get money they work off the paper as some relative. Same here. A few people abuse the system, and now they want to cut the government money for poor people below the minimum money people should have for living. Yeah, that's everywhere. You have a handful of bad actors, and the entire system has to get punished for it. And instead of just looking at that as an expense for helping people exist, it's no, this isn't. We can't allow this. I sure think there were a lot of shady things going on with the election, but rigged on a national level, well. Again, there's always, no matter what, in whatever anything is, there are going to be people who abuse it. That is a fundamental fact of humanity. There will always be people who want to game the system. And the way that y'all are talking here is proof of that fact. But to say that it's at such a level as to invite the destruction of several policies, of helping people to not starve, is literally just a power grab. That's all it is. It's a ply for power for people who don't deserve it. Isn't the whole system in the US kind of throwing away money to trash talk the opponent, have PR, pay people up? Yeah. I didn't notice anything at that election that I haven't seen before. Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean though. Like there's nothing unusual about it. And there were dozens of investigations that were done by the people who were saying that were wronged, and came back being like, no, there's no significant evidence of what you're claiming. Like you're paying for the investigation, and your investigation is saying that you are wrong, that what you're claiming is not real. And then they come back and like, oh well, no, the results are a lie. You fucking paid for it, motherfucker. Like if anyone's gonna fudge the numbers, it's gonna be you. Sorry, we're getting a little heated here. Maybe we should roll over into something else. How many can vote in the U.S.? 200 million or something? I don't think it's that high. And our election system doesn't make any sense whenever you start talking about like the president. So, I'm going to ask a question, and I don't know if y'all are necessarily going to understand what I'm asking, which is going to be very telling if you don't. Did any of you who are participating in this conversation know what the Electoral College is in the United States? Yes. Okay. How about you, Flipper? You know what the Electoral College is? Just a bit. Okay. So to give it its most basic rundown, the Electoral College was invented in the 1700s so that people could go to their local areas and they could vote. And their votes would then be turned into a much smaller vote. So is it 63 here in Texas? Okay, so I'm gonna say 63. I'm most likely wrong. So you have you place your vote. You as a citizen go and you place your vote. Yeah, you go and you place your vote, and then your vote tells an elector what their vote should be. And that elector then... Yeah, exactly. So like in Texas, it's in the last major election, or the last presidential election, we had 2 counties that voted overall Democrat, and that was Dallas County and Austin County. I don't think it's called Austin County, but I'm going to say Austin County because that's where our capital is. Those were the only 2 counties that voted Democrat. Or that voted majority Democrat, I should say. So their votes were essentially ignored, and all 63 Electoral College votes in Texas went Republican. So all of those became votes for Trump. And other states, but so like, so instead of us doing it as a popular vote, you know, like other places do, in a sense that, in a way that makes sense, with the sheer scale of the U.S., through pure statistics, there's going to be wrongdoings in the election, most likely not enough to change things, though. Well, see, that's the thing, is you're wrong there. Because in the last, I want to say, 35 years, the popular vote So whenever you're talking a 1-to-1 person vote, like one person, one vote, the popular vote has always gone Democrat for the past 35 years. And yet, in that time, we've had 3 Republican presidents because of the way the Electoral College is built. So yes, whenever you're talking about the scale of the U.S., the way our system is built is honestly designed to not account for what the citizen wants, but what certain people in certain areas want. I agree. Okay, I will agree with that sentiment. I wouldn't have picked anybody in that election. I think it was stated best in The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Anybody who wants power shouldn't have it. And I'm gonna let that one cook for a second. And yeah, I do agree. It needs to be younger. We as far as a president is concerned, in the United States, we have a minimum age of 35. So I qualify to run for president, but my partner does not. You have to be a native-born U.S. citizen and at least 35 years of age. The problem that we run into is the reason why we have such old candidates is because younger people are so downtrodden, they don't think that their votes matter. And therefore, only the elder generations really go in and vote in number. And because of that, you end up with elderly politicians because they don't feel that young people are experienced enough to be able to make decisions for them. We have people like AOC. Feels like there's some more younger people nowadays. AOC is a good start. She sends a good message, but in all reality, I don't think she goes far enough. Like I don't think enough is done for the average citizen. Like there's still too much consideration for the wealthy there. Because if we had some people like our liberals here in the US are the equivalent of some European conservatives. Like we don't have people who are really that progressive here. Now I know you've got some fucked up shit going on in Germany right now. Henry Cavill for president. Can't happen here. Maybe prime minister of the UK, but he doesn't qualify in the US. Germany is messed up currently. Yeah, don't y'all have some people trying to bring back the Nazis? Like I know it's not a lot, but like you got a pretty big uprising happening right now. Or at least that's how it's being reported in the States. They have president in Finland, but it's the prime minister that runs the day-to-day. All right. See, I don't really understand what the difference is between a president and a prime minister. Was, not is, was, and you will get a lot of Americans on your ass for that one. Well, the mostly right-wing extremists, AFD, has up to 40% of the votes in some parts. Jesus. Yeah, it's the AFD I'm talking about. I didn't realize they had so much overall 20%. Okay, that's closer to what I'm hearing. Yeah, I don't know how much truth there is to it, but the AFD is being kind of being very compared to Nazis here in the US. But then again, we kind of do that a lot. We kind of unjustly compare a lot of things to Nazis. But now it came out that some of their members were Russian spies. Oh, well, that tracks. Russia is doing a lot of shady shit right now. Trying to destabilize the world. Here, let's break conversation for a second. Y'all tell me, what do you think so far of this color pattern? Like I've got the right side gray, the left side orange. Well, his right and left wing is very bad terminology. That's fair. I haven't really done much with the other. You like the color pattern? Okay. Do you like this? Do you like this one more, or do you like this one more? Do you like the one that's on the right side of the camera, or the one that's on the left side of the camera? I'm just talking about the gray and the orange right now. I haven't gotten to any of the metallics. You like this one more? You like the split down the middle more? I do checkerboard pattern for the next shoulder pads on another marine. Okay, y'all those are some big asks. Y'all are asking for some skills that I don't necessarily have. Really? Okay. See, I personally was leaning more to this, more to the more unique marine, but okay. I'm gonna keep working on this one. I'm gonna work on the metallics and some of the whites and all that. Like I'm gonna get him up to the same standard that I've got the other two guys. I like it even more that they are different. Exactly. Hold on. I think I'm misunderstanding right now. What do you mean by that, Baron Croc? Like that everyone has a unique pattern. Same colors, different. Oh! I understand you. Oh. Do you realize how difficult it is going to be to come up with 10 different patterns? But yeah, okay, I see what you mean, and yeah, I like that idea as well. Oh, I didn't get his belt buckle. Yeah, I get what you're saying. That concept is just going to be very, very hard to accomplish. But okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I have a sergeant. He's over here. He's this guy. I haven't worked on him yet. He's even got a different head than the rest of them do. I know you can't see it because he's all black. But he's got I've got him set up with like the respirator instead of the full helmet with a mohawk. So yeah, that yeah, no, yes, I do have a particular model chosen out for the sergeant. Done. Yeah, all right. You want a pink mohawk? I'm writing it down. If I can find a pen. Hell yeah. You know what? I have the perfect color for it too. To be honest, I feel like blue fits better. Well, we can play around with it when we get there. You know what? I can even possibly do both. Because for my Tzeentch Zangors, I have a lot of pink and blue in their feathers. But like I've got a really good hot pink that I haven't gotten a chance to use, that I can highlight with a fluorescent pink, that I can use for that mohawk. And I don't know that the blue would work real well with these guys because of the plasma is blue. Well, it's hot pink. It's a hot pink that I'm going to be using with a fluorescent pink to highlight. But yeah, that'll probably end up looking really good. Green would work too. Green would work. Green would look like the school colors of one of my rival high schools, so I don't know that I would end up doing that. The orange and green. But then at the same time, it also is the colors of Rains College. So rival high school sounds really weird. Doesn't it though? So my high school's colors were red and black, and we had two rival high schools, one of which was black and gold, and the other was orange and green. So yeah. I don't know how else to. We didn't have any colors. You didn't did your schools not have like sports teams? Because that's really what it's in reference to, is like the color of the teams. I've never thought about that. I never thought about the idea of like y'all not having. Really? That's really big in the well, at least in Texas, it's really big. I think it's really big everywhere in the U.S. But like high school high school American football and basketball and stuff like that. We had the aesthetic college, the science college, and the practical college. Oh. Well, fuck me. Yeah, American football is, like, high school American football is a really big thing here in Texas. And I am specifying American football because I know y'all have a different terminology for the term football. But yeah, we have that actually, it actually starts even earlier than that. Like they do that in elementary school. Like sports teams that like represent school and go and compete with other schools. Rugby? No, we don't really have rugby here. I know some colleges do, but it's not really. Rugby's not a big thing in the U.S. You not know what American football is? We don't really have hockey teams in Texas. It's too warm here. No. I know. I understand whenever you guys say football, you mean what we call soccer. No, I know that we are wrong in that sense because the rest of the world all says football. That is a fault of the U.S. And I will openly admit we call it wrong because there's very little kicking done in American football. Sports here is something you do after school hours. See, it's actually a part of school here. It is also done after school hours, but it is a thing that is done during school hours as well. Well, the U.S. also use the imperial system. Yes, we do. And I have already admitted once again that that is incorrect. I've been trying to learn metric. It's mostly been in my 30s that I've been trying to learn metric, but I've been trying to learn metric. We have PE in school. We have PE as well. And then we have certain courses that are dedicated for particular sports. There is, like I said, we have American football that is done very heavily here. It makes a shit ton of money. It's where most of the education budget goes. Sadly. Like there's so much. Like there's such an ungodly amount that goes to the sports programs. It's insane. It's shameful, honestly. Because a lot of the academic programs just aren't there. And then tons and tons of people wonder why the US is trailing behind so many other countries in our education. We don't put enough focus on education. That's why. You're not going to find very many people who will admit to that. So yeah, like the thing is like watching sports, like not even participating in, just watching sports is a big part of a lot of Americans' lives. Like I'm sure y'all have heard of the Super Bowl. My high school got rebuilt with new science rooms, etc. And the year after I finished, now it looks so cool and modern. I'm jealous. Yeah, my high school got an additional gymnasium built. Well, see, that's the thing. Is like you have the Super Bowl, which is like the big end of the season game. It's supposed to be the two best teams go to and yada 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 bullshit. There are, I want to say, 23 games that lead up to that per team per state. Like within two different divisions, like it's insane how much goes into American football. And a lot of people, like, that's their lives. Like their life is watching football and talking about football. That's the only hobby that they have. And yeah. Like that's how my dad was for a long time. Sports were the only thing that he had any solace in. He didn't really have any hobbies, and then he started getting into things like woodworking and shit. He's not doing much of that anymore because his health is garbage. But yeah. And then we do have some schools that have some extracurricular towards certain subjects. I went through middle school and high school choir. We have choir here. Another school had instruments. We have band. Another class in my school had computers. My high school had a few different computer courses. We had web design. We had network infrastructure and a lot of things like that. I really only watch biathlon. I don't know what biathlon is. Like I'm not trying to be dismissive. Like I genuinely have no idea what that is. The only thing whenever the Olympics come around, the only thing I watch is gymnastics. And I don't even do that anymore because once I realize how young those girls are, I started feeling creepy. Like it made sense when I was their age. Afterwards, it felt wrong. Sharpshooting and skis. That, like, are you shooting while skiing? That seems incredibly dangerous. But okay. I didn't mean to sound like I was super intrigued. I meant that as a, are you skiing while are you shooting while skiing, because that sounds like you're going to get yourself hurt. There's a lot of variables there where someone could accidentally kill themselves. Because no, skiing does not sound that interesting to me at all. And honestly, I don't like watching sharpshooting. If I really gave a shit about sharpshooting, I would go out and do it myself. Okay, apparently Nightbot didn't like what you were saying there, Hellman. It's not telling me what you said, and it's not, it's just saying that... What was it? It says stop spamming caps. So... It's nice seeing you here, Hellman, but, how about deleted message? Ooh, click here to show. Could you throw them hands and use smite on your hands? Hellman? What? It is on time and aim. You go around, which raises adrenaline, makes you shaky. Then you shoot, and you go around. Oh, okay, so you stop. You stop and then shoot. Okay. That makes more sense. What is this fucking fly? Yes, smite on his hands. Okay, where is this coming from, dude? Like, I know our conversation today has been charged. I think it's the polite way of putting it. Like, we haven't been arguing or anything. It's just been mostly just been bitching. Alright. It's basically the Finnish defense against their east. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna accept what you're saying as fact and move past it. Oh, I'm honestly I'm a little upset at myself right now with how I'm painting because I'm not doing a good enough job covering. Because saying I will slap the fuck out of you with the power of God and your hand starts to glow. Okay, that is funny. That is funny. Yeah. I don't like that y'all's colors are so next to each other. Makes it harder to identify the two of you. Both of you talk a lot. Also, I wonder if that would be possible for D&D. I mean, it depends on the DM. No, yeah, it is. I just kind of wish those colors were a little bit different. But I think, and they come up different depending on what screen I'm looking at, honestly. It's just the one that's right in front of me, they are the same. Oh, I'm doing a bad job right now. I'm doing a really bad job right now. Well, from what I know, you need weapons to cast smite. Fists are no weapons. Knuckle dusters. But I would let them do it. Yeah. Like I said, knuckle dusters. Fist type weapons. Spank paddle. Alright. Also doesn't count as a melee weapon for if you fuck up there. Why is there so much white people? Really doing a bad job. White. Get a sharp. That's what I should. I should get a sharper brush to fix it. Spank paddles are weapons of mass destruction, but divine knuckle dusters do sound amusing. Yeah. Exactly. Sir, knuckle dusters are legal in our city. Yeah. It'd be a fun conversation to have. I had a similar conversation like that playing an Orc Barbarian one time. I just started screaming at a guy in Orc and claimed that they were my titles. And, got into the dignitary section of the church. And then immediately went to drink rainwater off the floor. I watched a video. Someone use hold person. Oh. Okay, I read that wrong the first time. I saw red. I read that as go down on their ass, and that has very different implications compared to what you said. Watched a video where show. Yeah, no. I said that has very different implications. I'll have to wear a hat. On here, an ID card. Part of your religion. Oh, okay. Divine RKO just. Hey, you know, why not try to convert them? You know? Why not? Why not try? No reason to not try. It's good enough for you, why is it not good enough for them? Isn't that the Nope. Nope, not taking the conversation down that way. That I almost tripped myself up. But that's a no. I'm not gonna allow. Popped on to lurk. Need to go pick up a frame. Appreciate you being here, man. Let's start a Slaanesh cult. I think those exist already, man. I think that's basically every cult. Okay. Starting to look. Nah, but ours will be better. We will have hopscotch. Okay. Okay, helmet. But then you have to do the right do a ring fight where you fight a buff guy who believes in divine power of slam dunking. What did I say? I don't listen to me. I don't listen when I talk. What did I say that you're saying is not legal? It could have been any number of things. We need to make a. Do we need to make a clip of some bullshit that I said? Oh, okay. Well, you know what? Actually, that is a part of some religions. So, sorry, if I'm not talking right now, it's because I'm looking over this model and trying to figure out what I need to fix. I'd rather fix some of these things now than worry about them later. Back over. I should change brushes. That's how society works, man. You give exception for some and not for everybody. That's why rules exist. Really don't like religious exceptions. You do you. I will agree with that to a point. There are times where I do think that certain practices should be monitored and looked down upon. Okay. But I'm going to stick with, if you're sacrificing people in your home as a part of a religious expression, I think that's going to be bad. That is my own personal belief, though. So, I don't think that's one of those that you can get away with the whole in the confines of your home. Well, they have special chapels at the hospital for that. Well, you don't have to sacrifice to necessarily every god. Depends on how you worship. What was I doing? I was working on the black. Okay, if you want to do lay on hands healing at home, sure. If you want to do that at the ER, perhaps you should work. Okay. I mean, you know someone that works? Because I would very much like to meet someone who can do lay on hands and heal. Make my life immensely easier. Guys, I gotta go now. Honestly, I thought I would just stay for 30 minutes or something. It's a bit longer. It's a bit longer now? Dude, you've been here for 2.5 hours. But I respect it. If you gotta go, you gotta go. That's your thing, man. I appreciate you coming here. I'll be streaming again on Thursday? This day, Tuesday? Yeah, Thursday. I'll be streaming again on Thursday if you want to come back. I didn't have pancakes to flip. Now I gotta flip pancakes into bed. I had a feeling you were going to bed, man. You have a good one. Oh. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, alright, alright. I apparently can't. Appreciate, like I said, appreciate you being here, man. Have a good one. What was I doing? Alright, let's clean up some of these lines. I'm really doing a bad job of this line down the middle. You were painting? Yes, I was painting. I'm trying to remember exactly what I was painting though. And like I said, I need to fix this down the center line because it's not as crisp as I would like it to be. Not as sharp as I would like it to be. In a lot of places. But the brush I was using... Well, yeah, of course it does. But, you know, that requires me busting out the tape. And I'm not going to do that. Does that make things harder on me? Of course it does. But that doesn't change the fact. You know, I don't plan on repeating this pattern for a while. Especially since you guys apparently want me to do 10 different patterns for these Marines. I don't know what you suggest I do after this, though. I can't really, like, apart from, like, a crosshatch pattern, I can't think of anything else. I don't really want to do a crosshatch pattern. I will. But I don't really want to. I think I'm allowed that opinion. As the one doing the painting. Okay. I should get emblems. One that who fully looks like a chessboard. It's not happening, brother. I'm not doing chessboard. I do not have like my hands are decently steady. They are not that steady. So get checkerboard out your head. Yeah. Like I said, if I had stabler hands, that'd be a strong maybe. But nope. Paints not totally behaving correctly, so I had to stop breathing there for a second. Top orange, bottom black. Hey, what? Didn't I do that? Isn't that what this guy is? Like, we've done that. Do you want me to do the inverse of this, where it's like orange on bottom? I mean, like, I don't want to. I'm looking at these going. Yeah, no, yeah, I knew you were gonna say yes. I was trying to get through some of these, like, not repeating the pattern, but just opposite. But then again, I also wasn't planning on doing 10 different patterns, which I'm not receiving many suggestions if y'all want, because like y'all like, oh, I like that they're all different. Well, you like that they're all different. I need more ideas. You're okay. Yeah, you're right. I technically only need 5 that can then just be reversed. That is technically true. I'm just saying, I'm struggling to think of additionals because I've got what I can do is I can do essentially like this, except doing it quartered instead of halved, which is also a pain in the ass, but I can do that. That's what I did for my Sons of Malice, except that's black and white, so it's a little bit easier to accomplish. That's 4. If I can quarter them, that's 4. What's my 5th? What's my 5th pattern option? That I can then inverse. Oh, I think I thought of it. Oh, I think I thought of one. It's gonna be Cat's upset. Don't know why, but she's upset. Here and get some of this. Start working on. We did that in the military training. Always teamed with 1 or 2 persons. Other 2 persons had a full responsibility over each other. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Like, I understand what you're saying, brother. I do. And it will be considered. But the practicality has its merits, because, like, again, I got to come up with additional work for me to do that I can then do inverses. Fuck me. Knew I was going to do that. Sorry, I just mixed my burnt sienna with my orange. I gotta... No, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing with you, Varian Croc. And you're right, it absolutely could work. The trick is getting, like I said, that 5th pattern. Getting that 5th pattern, because like I said, I can quarter their armor. It's like the this, but with catty corner instead of just the one side. Like, I can do that, but I still need a 5th pattern to utilize that can then be inverted to make the 10. Like, that's the trick. Why did it delete that? Stop spamming caps. Checkers. You're not getting checkers. What'd you say? I mean, you can try. I don't know if you can get into Nightbot. Spam protection. Okay, here we go. And disabled. Okay. Okay, the caps thing shouldn't get blocked anymore. Yeah, no, I agree. It's repeated caps. Like, yeah, spam is something repeated. It's repeated caps. I was... A little bit of cleanup that I noticed in places. Yeah, but no, we're not doing checkers. Like, that's, like I said, it is going to take me... It'll take me as much time to do one Marine as it would take me to do the entire squad if I did checkers. And I would have to do that twice, and I would somehow have to make it a perfect inverse? No, it's not happening. So try to think of something else. Okay, back to doing others. That sounded like a fair trade-off. How is that a fair trade-off? What is wrong with the cat? The cat is very upset about something right now. You don't know what. Could fit like 40 squares on just one leg. Oh, is that what your suggestion is? Is doing checkers in a select spot? Is that what you're recommending to me right now? Okay. Just saying, oh. Okay. All right. So, okay. Let's say I do that. All right. Not saying I'm going to, but I'm gonna go ahead with the argument. Some kind of pattern against a background. Yeah. No, I got you, brother. Like I said, I get it. Say we do like his right leg with the checker pattern on there. What would the rest of the armor be? That also becomes a play. Because then you got to think about everything on him, not just the one checker pattern, because that could be utilized, and I could just switch the leg that it's on or switch the arm that it's on, or for his battle brother. That's something that theoretically could happen. I hate sometimes. You insist on being a troll. A camo pattern in my chosen color scheme would once again be rather difficult and something I'm not sure I'm capable of. And that's a lot of pattern for one guy. Like, that's a lot of mixing patterns for one dude. Well, see, like that's what I was saying. Like, my thought for the next guy that I do is going to be is it? I can't think of who the chapter is. It's not the Lamenters. It's their color scheme. It's not them. But what I was thinking was doing opposite arms as well as like the chest. Like doing the split down the middle, but then also splitting it at the waist. So like it would be like the top, like the top quarter here would be orange, and then the bottom quarter here would be orange, and then this quarter would be gray, and this quarter would be gray, and then it would be opposite on his back. So like if he's orange on this side, his backpack would be gray on this side and orange on this side, and the helmet would follow suit with that. So like that's the current thought for the fourth guy. But for the fifth guy, that's where I'm running into issues. That's not what color I need. I need a whatever this is bugging. Okay. Black. Fix the here. Right. Little bit of metal. Do the little thing here. Oh, too much. So we're just gonna do the whole thing. And got too thin. Can also do 25% orange, 50% black, 25% orange. Vertically or horizontally. Also very challenging, but Yes, doing it in quarters is technically can be 4 patterns, but it's still one pattern. That's what I mean. Like I'm looking, just because the colors are differentiated differently does not make it's not the same pattern. Because yeah, that's definitely just going with the same pattern. Which again, like I've done the quarter pattern before. It's just it's like this one. It's just slightly more tedious. The 25, 50, 25. I don't know exactly how I would do that. Black shins, orange thighs, black torso, orange shoulders. Black shins, orange thighs, black torso, orange shoulders. Would the forearms also be black? What am I doing? Why am I keep mixing colors I don't need to be mixing. So the forearms is black to match with the torso. Okay. Okay. Okay, so black shins, orange I need to write this down. Because I like that idea. I do. We're gonna give that one a try. And inverting that is not difficult at all. But I need to write it down so I don't lose that thought. So black shins, orange eyes, black torso, orange shoulder. This pen sucks. Orange shoulders, black forearms. Would I also then do? What would the helmet be then, though? Would the helmet match the torso, or would it match the shoulders? Probably the torso would be a better choice there, since we've already got a guy who's kind of got that helmet matching the torso, helmet matching the shoulder situation going on. Yeah, I would do the helmet the same, yeah, as the torso. Okay, why? Okay. We'll address that when we get there. We can test out a couple of different patterns as far as that is concerned. When we get to that point, he's not gonna be next. He's the 4-quarter is gonna be the next one. But no, I do like that idea, Baron Croc. I really do. That could be very interesting. So yeah, we'll but yeah, we can experiment with the forearms. Spoodly Doodler, thank you for the raid. I never thought I would ever say those words. Let's see. Swedish Muppet Guy, thank you for the follow. Pausecraft, thank you for the follow. Spoodly Doodler, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate all of that, guys. Oh god, there's more. Casual Necromancy, thank you for the... God damn it, Casual Necromancy? Thank you for the follow. Dekatsu Games, thank you for the follow. Hey, look at that. Y'all got me to my my follower goal that I currently set. I'm gonna have to change that now. Yeah, thanks for the follow, everyone. We're working on my my custom chapter right now, and because of Varian Croc, if you wanna chastise him for this, we're doing a different color pattern on every single Marine. But thank you, everybody. We're brainstorming ideas. Yeah, well, we've got 5 patterns right now, and we're gonna invert them. But it very much looks like if we can get to 10 patterns, I'm gonna be doing 10 patterns. Look at these level. They're great. I love them. I'm really liking the colors that we're going with, but as far as the actual pattern, I hadn't made a decision, and then chatters came in and we decided to go different for all of them. If I don't see any that are entirely Motherfucker! Another one! Entirely checkerboard is not within my skill set, man. That is... Y'all are trying to kill me with the fucking checkers. I've been having... No. See, the thing is, you don't understand. Like, you weren't here for it because I've been having this argument with Varian Croc for like 20 minutes now. Trying to get me doing a checker pattern Marine. And I, like, skill set will improve with practice of checks. Oh, you suck. Wait, digital camos. Okay, sir. I'm gonna go, or madam, I don't know. But I'm gonna say, sir. Isn't digital camo like a more complicated checker? If I'm not mistaken. Like, I could be completely thinking of that wrong. But I believe digital camo is a more complicated checker pattern. Perhaps. Yeah, sure, perhaps. Y'all just want me to suffer. So either do complicated checker or uncomplicated checker. Y'all gonna drive me crazy. That's all there is to it. Y'all gonna drive me crazy. Y'all want to make it as difficult as possible on me. I will consider a checker, okay? I will... That is the best promise I can give, is I will consider a checker. Or maybe I can add it into one of the patterns that we've already used. Yeah, no, I understand. See, this is me. This is just me being stupid because this is only like my 10th stream. As an orc player, I feel we need one in purple, you know, for the sneaky aspect. Never seen a purple orc, you cray cray. Well, that's because you don't see purple orcs. They see you. That's how that goes. I will consider doing a checker pattern. I'm not promising anything. A printer that can print those water prints would be great. Then you could easily do the patterns. You say that. Oh, okay. Sorry, I understand what you're saying now. I could, in theory, do something like that. I hadn't considered using a template or a stencil. I considered using a stencil. I know what the machine is, but no idea what they are called. Okay, like I said, I could in theory use something like a stencil. Paint the whole thing one color and then put a stencil over it and paint another color. I don't think I would do that, because I also don't imagine me having a good way of making that stick. Oh wow, the white shining through down here. It's just terrible. There are printers that can do those water oh! Okay. Yeah. No. I know what you mean. Successful Discord infiltration complete. Are you serious? Because I'm not getting notifications from Discord anymore. But yep, I see you over there. Welcome. Yeah, OBS has killed my my Discord notifications, so I don't get any of those, and my phone's not going off right now. Because if it was, it would never shut up. Yeah, I could turn that off, but I'm not. I'm in too many Discords of other streamers that are constantly going crazy, so it's best to not have that going. Well, right. But it has it recognizes that OBS is running and then it turns it off. And it has an option for me to disable that. I choose not to. That's more of what I meant. Yeah, no, I'm like, I see the big purple banner on there that's like streamer mode, notifications disabled. I could disable the disabling. But I'm not going to do that because, like I said, I'm in a lot of streamers' Discords, and every time they do something, it goes crazy. Flooding your art channel. You're flooding my art channel? All right, fine. I'm looking. Good Lord, Spood. Wow, that's phenomenal. Yeah, the Discord's only a few days old, so yeah, you're probably if you're posting anything in there, you're probably the only one posting right now. I've really only posted some announcements and things like that. But yeah, if you want to flood my art channel, go ahead. That's why it's there. Oh, thank you. I don't have quite that face. Is astounding. Especially at the size that I know that is. No, those are all really good, man. Let's see. I was gonna say this painting setup looks great. My painting setup? I've put a lot of work into it, but yeah. No, that looks like a Custodes. The one you got the close-up on. The only reason that this setup is clean is because I literally cleaned it last night. Oh, is that a Grey Knight? That looks like Custodes armor. That's the only reason I say that. Did I seriously just do that? Oh my god, I got distracted. It's fine. That's an easy fix. I didn't put too much of it down. But yeah, Muppet Guy, I broke my super glue activator, and it spilled everywhere, and I couldn't take the smell, so I went through and I completely cleaned up my area last night. So if it looks clean, it's because it is. It probably doesn't usually look like this. Plus, you can't see everything that's going on around me. The Fancy Grey Knight. Yeah, let's see. Blue Fellow just posted is my best work, in my opinion. Blue Guy you just posted. The Warcraft troll looking guy? Let me biggin him up. Oh, he looks really good. I also infiltrated the Discord. Thank you. Let's see. You use washes. Oh, you're talking to him? Here and there. The crow armor is literally hand polished with layer of metallic paint. Crow armor. Oh, the crow armor. Duh. Wow, that looks really good. Yeah. No, you're phenomenal, man. You have really amazing work. I do not possess the blending skills that you do. I go with harsh transitions rather than the nice smooth ones that real painters can accomplish. Yeah, well, I've painted nearly every day for 4 years, so you would think I'd be better at what I do. I do, like I said, I've painted nearly every day for the past 4 years since June of 2020. Almost every single day I've painted. And that's not what I meant. I was speaking facetiously. But yeah, I haven't mastered the art of the blend. So, and you can probably see it in my work that it ends up looking that my stuff looks a lot more cell shaded than what you're typically used to seeing. And I'm kind of just leaning into that at this point. But next month I actually have a project planned. Trying to learn blending and doing skin tones and things like that, because I'm not very adept at skin tones. So Rain, my moderator, has put together a project that I'm going to be focusing some very skin heavy models. I found out what they called water slide decal. Okay, cool. What's happening? I'm not talking to you, phone. I can do tutorials and stuff. Okay. Dagon Hunter. Welcome. Yeah, like I said, my plan is to be doing a whole bunch of things. You have assistant turned on? Apparently. It's definitely Google Assistant trying to do things. Stop. All right, let's kill that. Sorry. I don't know why it decided to start listening to me all of a sudden. But it did. So whatever. I'll leave that be for now. And I don't think to turn that off because I use it sometimes. So that's really why I haven't completely killed it yet, is I do use it. Oh, I was gonna do the plasma different, and I forgot about that. I forgot I was gonna do the plasma different. Oh well. Worry about it on the next guy. Or maybe on the second half of the unit. Come on. So, for those of you who have just joined us, the discussion had become, or rather, the decision had come from chat that all of my Marines are gonna have are all gonna have the same colors, but there's gonna be a different pattern for each Marine. So far. And I can show you here in a second once I get these guys' eyes finished up, because I haven't gone to the point of doing any highlights yet. One of them's got to be. Yeah, you keep saying that. You can say that all you want. That doesn't mean I'm gonna do it. Originally the idea was I was gonna test out a few different patterns using my color scheme of my avatar down there in the corner, and then pick one and then do all of the Marines in that one. I was only originally going to be doing like 3 or 4 different patterns, and decide on one. And then the decision came down mostly because I got outvoted, that it's going to be unique per Marine for some reason. So that's and it's not an awful idea. It just means more work on me and trying to remember what I've done and what I haven't. Sorry, I'm really having to focus on this eye. So, yeah. So this one right now is obviously half the body is a dark gray, half the body. Yeah, challenge is good. I'm not disagreeing. That's why I agreed to doing the multiple patterns. So one half orange, one half dark gray. One of the last guy that did this guy. Oh, I'm now seeing things that I've missed on him, so I have to finish those. This guy is arms, head, and backpack orange, torso and legs as dark gray. And then this guy, who I was originally leaning towards his pattern, is the left arm, the right shin, and the left knee pad and helmet are orange. Everything else is the dark gray. This is what I was originally leaning towards. But everybody was saying that they liked that everybody was different. And I'm inclined to agree. It's just extra work. Through some pics of some old minis of mine. If you could choose one human that would be the first ever human to interact with aliens, who would that be? That's an out of nowhere question, Hellman. Or old is not right, lol. But I haven't painted much in the last year. You added some down there. Oh, I see some orcs. That squig looks fantastic. The Def Dread's really nice. It looks really nice. But that squig looks phenomenal. Oh, the orc skin is really good too. Yeah, it's all some really good stuff. Anthony Hopkins. Neil deGrasse Tyson. I don't know that Tyson would be the best choice. I don't think he would agree to it either. No, you're close enough. I don't know how to spell his name either. Keanu Reeves, that would also probably be a mistake. Jack Black, yeah, that theoretically could work. I'd rather probably more of an academic or a leader would probably be a better choice, but hey, okay. Because I think he'd get into a fight and we'd end up getting into a war. And if there's any interstellar species that comes to Earth, it's probably going to end poorly for us regardless. Like I said, no matter what, and any interstellar species is going to look so far down on us that it's not going to go well for the human species. You want a fucking politician to interact with someone from a different nation? Okay, well. Alright, Hellman, you got me. Tom Scott doing an but of things you might not know with the alien. This is genius. What did Varian Croc say? Yeah, okay. Look at those split patterns. Yeah, there's going to be more coming out in the future. It's going to get more split on the next guy. And for some reason, Varian Croc and Spoodly are sitting there trying to get me to do checkers. I still don't think that's going to end up happening, but no, sir. This orange is Molten Lava by Army Painter. Mutiny is brewing. He said he'd do it. I can clip it out of context. Yeah, Molten Lava from Army Painter. It's part of the new... The particular one that I have is part of the new Fanatics line. So it is technically the darkest color of the triad it's a part of. The primer I'm using is black by Pro Acryl. It's the Pro Acryl airbrush primer. But it's... Oh, no, not doing that guy. He's got the book. Can't do the guy with the book next. Yeah, it's technically an airbrush primer, but it can be brushed on as well. Which is how I had to do it with 6 out of the 10 guys in this squad, because my airbrush broke. So it can be used as a brush-on primer, if you want to do it that way. It is very super matte and clean. I enjoy it. I enjoy it a lot, and I'm very upset that I broke my airbrush. But that's not y'all's problem. So yes, right now I'm not going to be able to use it on future models. Like this model is, I used it as a brush-on primer. It looks terrible. I don't know how well you can see that. Can you see that? You can't see that. Did your airbrush snap at the front bolt when you were cleaning it? Yeah, the nozzle, the threads on the nozzle tore off whenever I was putting it back together. And so yeah, so I can't put a new nozzle on, and I can't change the nozzle. Yeah, it was a super cheap airbrush. It was one of those that came with the compressor. Which I've got a pretty decent compressor, even though I'm pretty sure my compressor is rusting now. Yeah, I've found an airbrush I like that uses a larger assembly to put the nozzle back in, so you don't have to worry about that kind of shit happening. The problem is I'm broke right now. So Badger Patriot 105. I will look that up. I will write that down right now, so that I don't lose track of you saying that. Badger Pilot Patriot. Badger Patriot 105. The one I was looking at, and you can tell me what you think if you want to look it up yourself. It'll just take me a moment to pull it up on my screen. The one I've been looking up is the Neo Echo SJ83. You know what? I'll even do you a solid and type that out in the chat. I can figure out where my chat window is. Neo Echo SJ. That's what I've been looking at. So, unfortunately, it's got a decent nozzle system from what I can tell. But yeah, my nozzle broke and I can't get the threads out. So I can't change the nozzle and the needle anymore. And yeah, I just it got so clogged up, and then I tried to fix it, and I fucked up. And I will know better in the future. Okay, well I've only the one that I had was like a Vivo Home or some bullshit, I think is what it was called. And it lasted me probably 18 months. That feels about right. About 18 months. Again, I had never had an airbrush before. I had never worked with airbrushes, and honestly, it was a gift. I didn't even buy it myself. It was a gift from me from my in-laws, because I just wanted a little starter kit so I could start not having an issue priming my models. Could you try like a small dab with hot glue? That's not going to work. The hole for it is less than a millimeter, man, or is right at a millimeter. Like there's not a way of me getting into that. And then actually finding a compatible nozzle would take a fair amount of time. I recommend the Badger Patriot as it has no threads on the nozzle assemblies. Yeah, that was also why I was looking at the Neo Echo. Because it too had no threads on the nozzle. And I found that to be a very attractive prospect. I can occasionally... just because I'm American doesn't mean I can't talk metric when I have to. Like, there's not a good way of describing something that's that small in Imperial. It's just not feasible, man. I want to see it. See, like, there's one... I can't remember the name of it. There was one that I was looking at that was like $300, and I went, I'm not good enough with an airbrush to buy a $300 airbrush. I should work my way up to that. So that is the plan. The plan is to gradually get better. Plus the Vivo Home that I had was bad. I couldn't airbrush anything with it to begin with. Imperial for tiny stuff. You can, but there's not like a conducive way to do that. So I passed on it. Yeah, like a fraction of a hair. Well, it's not that small. And to be honest, getting the full setup like booth. Okay, see, so I've just foregone the booth. That is the wiser way of going about things. So I've got my silicone mat here, and then I'll get like the box cover for like one of the big box sets. Like I use Leviathan right now, and I'll put it up as a barrier to keep all the shit behind my desk where you can't see right now. I'll kind of shield it with that, and then I'll essentially just stop breathing for a while, so I don't breathe everything in, and just do things that way. It's awful. It's a terrible way of doing things. But that is the current method that I use my airbrush. So I haven't taken the time to go with the booth. Why are you trying to get me to use more Imperial? Like we've had this conversation that it's not a good measuring system. Like we've had this conversation already, Bjorncroc. Why are you now promoting the usage of Imperial? They're just like a millimeter just happens to be a better way of describing the size of the hole on an airbrush. The booth, having a proper booth and everything that's properly ventilated and all that kind of stuff is better. In my opinion, it's not necessary. Okay, back to lurking assistant on the way. I told him like, hey, I can just use a big cardboard box. Yeah, that's what I do. Like I said. Yeah, I just use a box lid to just the big like the dual army boxes that the GW puts out. Like I said, I'm using the Leviathan box right now, mostly because my Indominus box is being used to keep my cat from eating plants. Because that's what I used to use. But yeah, thanks for hanging out, Spoolie Doodler. If I had a cat eating my plants, I would eat the cat. Well, see, that's the thing. Cats eat plants. They do that. They just feel a compulsion to do that. And so my cat discovered we had herbs growing in some hydroponics, and it decided to eat them. So we have to shield them with boxes and whatnot. I will get one someday. I just have too many expenses this summer. No, I completely understand. I'm not replacing it right now because it's not affordable for us to do so right now. Get only cacti? No, like Rain wants to grow herbs, man. Like, there's enough. There are enough cacti in my area, anyways. I don't need more. My cat killed my plant. I'm still upset about it. Yeah, like I said, that's what cats do. They eat plants for no reason because it doesn't really have a whole lot of benefit to them, other than the fact that they don't get enough fiber in their diets naturally. So we supplement our cat with a fiber powder. How many plants have you had indoors? And how do you know? You sure you weren't around to catch them? There's any number of ways that you may just have not known. Okay. Simplest way would be to do that right. Oh, this is, again, the wrong brush to try to do a good line with. I'm gonna try anyways. Well, okay, so you've had many plants. Have you had many cats? Because if so, you've been very lucky. I've had several cats that, for whatever reason, enjoy eating houseplants. And like I said, the ones in question are herbs, so it may be more of a factor of the way that they smell. Could be attracting them. Because we grow basil and rosemary. So that could have something to do. Not saying it's like definitive that's what the problem is, but like that could be part of it. We had to stop growing parsley because apparently that'll kill cats. Oh, okay, well see, our cat doesn't go outside. It would get run over or murdered by other cats or squirrels or from being outside. Like, she's not a smart cat. She's smart in certain respects, but when it comes to like existing as a cat, not very good at it. And Rain's not in the room to hear me say that, so I don't know that I'll get in trouble for it. Oh, that's the wrong step. That is the wrong step to be taking right now. Shouldn't be trying to put the orange down. I should be putting white down. Base for the orange. Well, ours is very much an indoor cat only, is actually quite terrified of the outside. And like I said, we got a number of feral cats out here anyways, so that would not go well. That needs to end down a bit. Well, to be fair, most cats are that way, that they only accept you whenever they're willing to accept you. That's just kind of cat personality. At least that is what I have observed. I'm sure there's someone in the chat that can argue against what I'm saying right now, and be perfectly valid in their statement. So, I don't know. I can speak for the cat that I have and the ones that I have had. They've all been purely indoor cats, so they have a tendency of sometimes eating houseplants. Your cats probably didn't, because... What? One cat lived, 2 grocers, and then the cat dominated those 2 big dogs. Oh, okay. What are you questioning, Hawks? Did you miss most of the conversation that led into this? We were originally talking about airbrushing, and now we're talking about cats eating plants. Like, if you don't understand how that happened, I don't know what to tell you. So I had said, like, we were talking about airbrushing, and I meant, like, I don't... What was your name? Swedish puppet guy? I believe you were... It was you that said, you don't airbrush? Our conversation has been all over the place this stream. That is factual. But our conversations kind of do that. They have a tendency of starting one place and wildly varying. The conversation changed considerably when the raid came in. So, just the cat part. Okay, so what it led into that was I was talking about, like, I don't have an airbrush booth or even a little desktop booth thing. Yeah, cardboard box, cardboard guard for houseplants because cats eating houseplants. And then we continued on with the cats eating houseplants. See, Swedish puppet guys got it. There's your chain of events. Because I used to use my Indominus box top to act as a shield for my airbrush, and then it was stolen away from me to work as a shield against the cat for our houseplants because the cat likes to eat houseplants. And I started you. So yeah, that's how we got. I thought it was a cat question. No, it's not a question. Just my cat does that. We grow basil and rosemary and thyme, and the cat eats it when we're not looking, or sometimes when we are looking. So the herbs needed to be shielded from the cat. That's how that went. And then Baron Croc was saying that they've never had a cat that ate houseplants. Well, maybe next stream we'll have someone write that down and then do a summary at the end of the stream. Because, yeah, these conversations kind of snowball pretty quickly. It depends on the plant, as long as they're non-toxic plants. Yeah. I know some people grow pots with grass for the cats. Well, there is such a thing as cat grass, which is pretty decent for them. Like I said, we stopped growing parsley because it is toxic for cats. But everything else isn't. But we just want them to not eat the plants so they can actually grow. And that's been the real struggle. Is the plants surviving long enough to actually grow? So we shield the plants now. We have a little hydroponic tank for our herbs to grow. And then whenever they get too big, we take them outside. And then whenever we take them outside, we've got to put on some serious bug killer onto them, because there are some flies in this area that will just chomp the shit out of them. And we end up losing everything anyways. So yeah, that's how that's been going. Been very, very taxing dealing with the cat sometimes. Because she thinks we live in her house, and that she allows us to be here. That is her opinion of the world. But then at the same time, she's absolutely terrified of me in some aspects. Because one time our dog decided to jump up on the kitchen table, because we used to have one of those press grills that had the fat drip tray. She jumped up on the kitchen table and ate the fat tray. And when we came home, she ran away and hid underneath the bed, so I picked up the bed and drug her out from under it. And the cat saw me do that, and it scared the hell out of her. It scared the hell out of our roommate too, so. But we had to get the dog out, because eating that much fat, she was about to have some serious diarrhea. And we didn't want that in the house, as you can imagine. Predatory beetles are usually pretty good. I don't know what is going on. We think we got some contaminated dirt, and it's just got a ton of eggs in the dirt for some reason. Because these bugs aren't anywhere else. It's really weird. But there's some kind of tree oil that we're using as our pesticide. And it takes care of them pretty well. I can't think of the name off the top of my head. It's some sort of tree oil. There's no additional additives or anything like that in it. It's just some harvested oil. And it deters the bugs from coming around. You can bake dirt in the oven at 50°C for a few hours. I didn't think about that. You're right, we could do that. I don't know what 50°C translates to. But yeah, I hadn't thought about that. You're absolutely right. It's supposed to be some kind of like some kind of enriched dirt that's supposed to help the plants grow, but I haven't paid a lot of attention to it. It's not my hobby. That's hers. And yeah, 120 or something. Well, I know 40°C is about 108 Fahrenheit. And I only know that because that's about the point where you start getting brain damage. Why? Oh my god, my phone is just going crazy now. Oh, it's giving me notifications about everybody joining the Discord. Where did... That's where I found it. And some local soil to reintroduce local bacteria and fungi. Yeah, okay, yeah. Interesting. Like I said, we hadn't thought about that. So it just I'll mention that to her. Yeah, that might be a good thing to do going forward. Like I said, the insecticide we use is just a natural tree oil. Granted, it's not native to our area, but it's just a natural tree oil that doesn't do any harm to that much around here, and it doesn't even really kill the bugs. It just drives them away. And it has to be refreshed pretty often. In all reality, we have to refresh it like once a week, I think, or more, depending on how often it rains. I will say, this is a much lighter conversation than we were having earlier. Our conversation earlier got dark. Got dark quick. I don't even remember what we were talking about. I just remember it was depressing. Yeah. Like the first half of the stream. Okay. Interesting. Like I said, it's just there's some bugs. It's some like little fruit flies. There's just a shit ton of them. Like more than you would expect. Like you can, like from a few feet away, you can see the plants like moving because of the. So we think it's just an issue with the actual soil that we have, rather than there's just like being an outbreak or something like that, you know? Parasitic microscopic worms. I don't think they're worms. Like I said, they got wings. Maybe I'm just misunderstanding you. It happens pretty frequently. I have a really bad tendency of understanding people. Oh, that looks bad. The helm. I need to do the helm. How do I want to do the helm? Oh, okay. I got you. Like I said, I misunderstood. I'm just gonna do. Do I match the backpack or do I match the chest? I think I'm gonna match the back. Oh, I didn't do it. Yeah, I didn't do the mask hoses on. Sleepy time for me. Gonna leave the stream on and lurk. Oh, well, it's been nice talking with you again, Baron Croc. I'm sure I'll see you next stream, because you do seem to show up pretty regularly. Much appreciated. You have a good one. I'm going to be pretty close to wrapping up the stream soon anyways, guys. Because I know for a lot of you, it is getting really late, and frankly, I'm going to have to eat soon. So, because the last time I had one of these streams, I didn't eat for like an hour after I was supposed to, and it kind of fucked up some things for me. So, anyways, not y'all's problem. Okay. Yeah. Don't know how I did that. Having a lot of issues there, huh, Baron Croc? Hey, before you go, is this enough checker for you, or do you need more checker? This is good? Okay, see, you were making it sound like a lot more than what I'm doing. All right, well, if this is good, we'll stick with this. Have a good night, man. Sleep well. I'm curious, like we got some folks that came in with the raid from Spoodly Doodler. How many of y'all are European? Cause like Baron Croc was saying, I did seem to hook a European audience. And it's wild to me. Alright, well, I'm not gonna lie, your name kind of gives that away. I'm not sure if you realize, but it does. It kind of gives away that you would be on the European angle there. But you know, that could be me assuming things, and that I should do better. But it has that feeling. Next time zone, evening ending stream. Yeah, well, not everyone thinks that though. Well, again, the assumption becomes that you're Swedish. Like I said, that could be a misplaced assumption. I'm just a dick. But that's the feeling you get. Okay. Some just think it's a reference to the Muppet. Wow. Yeah. I just love the Muppets. Yeah. Okay. No. No, y'all are right. You're right. That is a complete and total possibility. But not everyone, you know, again, because my audience seems to be very predominantly European somehow, that's just where my brain went. Okay. See, I'm not a complete and total ass. Well, I am a complete and total ass. I just have to be correct. So it's 1:15 a.m. Oh my god, why are you still awake? Why are you here and engaging with me? Why aren't you asleep? Nerves? Or what if he was a Baron Croc. These are prejudices I don't understand. Y'all are just saying words to me. Oh, jeez. I'm not getting in the middle of this argument. AC or Luna Bacon. You're right. I've watched a few of AC's streams. I've not watched Luna Bacon. Scandinavia has a feud where everyone hates each other. Oh, okay, fine. That just sounds like Texas and the rest of the United States. Imagine someone thought you were from Florida. Okay, yeah, no. Like I said, once he put it the way he did, And like I said, that just kind of sounds like Texas and everywhere else in the U.S. That's not an even worse for me. I do understand why you would have that assumption. And yes, I would be upset if someone thought I was from Florida, but I think that would, if someone were to think I was from Florida, I think that would be saying a lot more about my current actions than anything. Because yeah, I definitely don't want to be Florida man. We don't dislike Icelanders that much. I'd be curious if you were a Bowl or Aggie fan. I'm not either. I do not pay attention to those. I think a lot of people who designate themselves as one fan or another without having gone to the school are silly and misguided. And that is with me having worked with a man who was a serious UT fan. And he never went there, but he was. It really is. But they get real uppity about it. And the thing is like A&M and UT aren't even in the same conference and haven't been for over a decade now, I think. There's not even a chance of them playing against each other. No, what was really funny was whenever like I said, I had a guy I worked with who was obsessed with the Longhorns. And one day before he came into work, I went into his office and I changed all of his Windows settings, all of his Chrome settings and everything to like all the imagery became Sooner stuff from Oklahoma. And I did it during the big rivalry game that goes on here. And he was livid. It was hilarious. He came into my office. He was like, "Someone did this. I don't know how to fix it." And I looked at him and I went, "Yeah, I did that. It's not going to get fixed today." He was very upset. It was a really good day. I haven't had a day like that in a long time. What's the color, man? Time to finally pick up my frames. Oh, your frames are ready. I thought you lurked earlier because you were doing that. Am I mistaken on that belief? It would appear that I am. I believe Vierencroc is also a Swede. He did say he was going to bed. But I believe that is the case. I could be mistaken, but I believe so. And the reason I believe so is because there was no animosity between the two of you. I went to the store to get one, to talk to the framer through miscommunication. The other framer who called during work, the second one. Ah. That makes sense. Yeah, we seem to be in the same time zone at least. Yeah, like I said, there's a lot of... There are a lot of Europeans that join my chat. It's really quite astounding to see how many come through here. And I mean that in full earnest. It's astounding how many Europeans come through my chat. But then again, I am streaming kind of in the middle of the day in my time zone. I'll have 2 frames of the Warhammer maps, Old World and Horse Heresy. Oh, cool. Because we usually have poor sleep schedule. Well, like I said, my time zone. So I am Central Time US because I'm in Texas. And when I start streaming, it is 2:30 p.m. when I start streaming. I don't know how to say your name, man, but I'm gonna go with Poniator. Thank you for the follow. Yeah. Poninator? Poninator sounds better. I'm gonna go with Poninator. Poninator, thank you for the follow. Yeah, poor sleep schedule and where I'm here streams quite chill. Yeah. Like I said, it's 2:30 p.m. my time, so people are generally at work in my country whenever I go live. So yeah, I tend to get more of a European audience, and it's usually the Americans will start coming in right when I'm getting ready to end stream. Most welcome, love the Hellblasters. Yeah, my Hellblasters are weird. So I don't know how long you've been here, Poninator, but my Hellblasters, it looks like we're going with a different pattern for every single one of them. That was decided earlier this stream. This is actually my second stream working on these, and I'm going to probably have to work on them for 2 to 3 more streams to get them all done. But yeah, the decision was made that they're going to be... that it's going to be a bunch of dudes who are all different patterns. And then whatever I decide to end up doing with the rest of the army whenever I get to it. Which... in all reality, is going to probably end up being the same way, where I have all these different patterns, and it's just a huge time-consuming mess for me whenever I'm working on them. My orange feels like it's starting to dry up. I might have to get more on the palette, but I'm planning on ending soon. So, I don't really want to do that. Yeah, I heard about it. Seems like it's almost daunting. It's not. It's not really daunting. It's just tedious. The biggest issue was trying to come up with 5 unique patterns that I could then mirror for the other 5 guys. Which we came up with. We came up with 5. We came up with a 5th one. This is the 4th guy. I'm doing him in quarters. Or checker. I don't know. Fearencroc thought that this worked as checker, so I'm gonna go with that. He went to sleep, so he cannot defend himself anymore. But yeah, I thought of this as just 4 quarters, and then the head, like it's gonna be orange, and then gray. So I guess it's not really quarters; it's more of a 6th. But the head and backpack, I don't know. Like I said, this is just how it's working out. And then my next model is going to be more in stripes going up. And that should be interesting. I've got that pattern written down to hopefully have something, or to be able to remember to do that whenever I get to that, because I'm not going to get to him today. That's going to be a next stream kind of situation, because I'm going to get a little bit further on this guy. I'm going to probably get the orange at least blocked in on this. I'm not really going to do any cleanup. I'm just going to get the orange blocked in, and then we're going to end stream. And I'm going to go ahead and say this now, because I usually end up having to say it at the end of the stream. My account is too young to raid, so I will not be able to send y'all over to anybody else. I know some of you came in because of a raid, and I really appreciate those of you who decided to follow. I love it, but sadly, Twitch does not find me worthy enough to be able to raid people yet, despite the fact that I'm growing at a pretty decent pace. In my opinion, this is my 10th stream. My account is about 2.5 weeks old at this point, so there are still a lot of rules about like how long you've been, just about how long, like the length of the account that count against me as far as Twitch is concerned. So I will not be able to raid anybody over to any other streamers after I'm done. I would love to. I'm just not allowed. I'm not going to be able to do that until I believe it's May 23rd that I will finally be allowed to start raiding. So that's just wanted to give you all a heads up on that, because like I said, I am going to be ending soon, and actually I'm basically out of orange paint. I might be, well, no, I'm gonna get all the orange. I'm gonna get all the orange blocked in. I'm gonna get all the orange blocked in, because I don't think I could. I don't think I'd be okay with this if I didn't. Yeah, I'm not gonna do any cleanup on this model yet. I'm not gonna do any detail work. I'm not gonna do any of the metallics or the plasma or anything like that. Which I plan on doing more with the plasma. I did one guy. The very first one I did some plasma work on him. I'm keeping my stream to about 4 hours, yeah. Like, I literally just hit the 4-hour mark. I try to keep my stream to about the 4. I go for at least 4 hours. I've gone for 6 before in the past because we just got going. But I have some technical issues I've got to get worked out that are going to take me a while to get fixed up. And like I said, we usually eat here around 6:30 to 7. And if I don't end and eat then, I'll wait too long, and because of some medical conditions, that's not good for me. So, like I said, it's just I usually stream. My time is 2:30 to 6:30 is usually my block. I believe that is 8:30 GMT, or if you don't work on 12-hour time, that would be 20:30 GMT. It's probably easier for you to be able to work on GMT than it is off of Central Time if you're in Europe. Hey, Black Sword, nice to see you. You came in right towards the end of the stream. It's going pretty decent, man. You missed the real fucked up parts of the conversation that we were having. That was early stream. You will be able to find them on the VOD, because I will have that up, and then I will have that posted. I looked over your website, man. Your Marines look phenomenal. I haven't gotten a chance to read up on your lore yet, but I really like your layout, and I really like your Marines. Yeah. I've still got your website pulled up. I haven't, like I said, I just haven't gotten a chance to read your lore yet. But so far, I'm really enjoying what you've got going on. Uh, 9:30 your time? See, you should have been here like 4 hours ago. 5:30, just getting off of work? Come on, man. Where you been? You been cheating on me with other streamers? Is that what's happening? I bet that's what's been happening. Sorry, I'm not giving you enough time to reply. Yeah, all good, mate. Yeah, I wanted to get like full commission artwork done, but it cost money, so I did it myself, keeping costs down. Oh, that's cool. I have to ask. So I went looking through the console on your website. Are you using WordPress or Squarespace? Because I saw a few conflicting things in that matter. It looked like you were using WordPress, but I couldn't tell. Because I do one day intend on having my own website where I can like accept commissions, maybe give some lore about my guys, show off my artwork a little bit better. Like 9:30. Oh, AM. Shit. Never mind. I'm sorry. He's ready off to school and starting work. I use WordPress. Okay, yeah, I thought it was WordPress. It looked more of the data was pointing to WordPress, but there's a couple of modules in there that were telling me Squarespace. So it may just be a server issue, or like who uses the servers or who has technical ownership of certain modules. But most of the data was telling me WordPress. I just wanted to confirm that. Yeah, like I said, I do intend on one day having my own website where I will take commissions. And if I do start taking commissions, I will be painting them on stream. So, like, that's just something for y'all to know. If you do want me to paint something for you, you can see my work down in the About section or on my Instagram page. If you're interested in something like that, let me know. because like I said, I have been considering doing commissions professionally. Yeah, it's not a smooth running site. I'm not a web developer or anything. It's just putting together with duct tape. No, I have worked with WordPress before. I understand the frustrations of working with WordPress and trying to make things, but it looks good. Like, you can tell that you've put in the work to make it look good. Yeah, like I said, I was just curious as to what host you were going through. I've thought about. I'm probably gonna put not a WordPress. I'm probably gonna put a Squarespace together at some point in time to show off stuff. So there's that. Like I said, if y'all are interested in commissioning me to do some paint work for you, I would be happy to do it. I just need to know if the interest is there, because I have very little confidence in myself. The stream is actually just more of a way of pushing myself to continue painting and to try to stay more consistent in my painting. And then you know, AC came in and gave me a raid, and I got a huge number of followers, and so now we're pushing for affiliate. As a matter of fact, today y'all got me up to 42, so I'm 9 away from affiliate, and I do say 9 away because even though affiliate is supposed to be 50, my follower count that is public and my follower account as it contributes to affiliate are different, and that bothers me. For affiliate, I am 1 short of what my public-facing one shows. Well, I have to get to 51 before I actually hit affiliate. But y'all have been a big help for that. I really appreciate everybody that's come in and given me a follow. Those of you who come back regularly to check out my painting. I appreciate it. I really want to flesh it out. 10 companies and lore. Yeah, I did see that you've got like iconography for 10 companies, which is, I don't even have iconography for 1. Write a backstory of characters who were just named sergeants, captains, etc. Yeah. Cool. It's also a pretty good a good writing experiment as well. If you want to do some more creative writing. I've been thinking about writing up some generic lore for my Marines that is just going to be absolutely absurd. Because I've never mentioned this, but as a VTuber, I've created lore for my character. And so I'm going to have my Marines acting similar to how my character is designed, in that they are multi-universal entities. So there's that. So if y'all ever want me to go on about lore, not going to happen right now because I don't have enough time for it. But I did write up a quick little thing for lore for my character here. And I'm going to apply that to my Marines here as well. Whenever I go through and actually write everything out for them. And I think that'll be a lot of fun. This is not working. More complicated. All right. Pretty good. I'm really liking how this is coming out. Having all these different patterns is actually... I am enjoying the idea of doing all these different patterns, because there is more of a challenge to it, and it does make this... It does make painting all of the same model over and over and over again more enjoyable. Not stuck in a rut of doing the same thing 10, 15, 30 times. Just because that's what they decide you need to do. I mean, to be fair though, this might be like the only unit that I have that's like this. I could make this just be the only unit I have that has the every guy is different, and just have them be their own unique like that. Let that be their thing that makes them unique. is that they all have the different colors, or they all have the different patterns. Because I've got one squad from another chapter that I've done that I used Master Chief helmets and Tyranid carapaces for their armor. And they looked really cool. To be honest, the Master Chief helmet kind of works better than the regular Marine helmet does. Because it just makes sense that they can see more doing that. Why are you being so stubborn? 9:30. 9:30 a.m. Where are you? I don't even know where you would be. Are you in like New Zealand or Australia? The only places I can think of that would be that early in the morning right now. Australia. Hey, look at that. I was right. You're out there with Jazza. Jazza was actually one of the creators that kind of got me into painting. Because very early on, whenever I decided I wanted to try out this hobby, he was doing he printed out a blood angel that he used his own face on, and I really liked that. That's what kind of got me into changing out shoulders and heads and whatnot for my Marines. I really appreciated that kind of work. Being able to go through and make things a little bit different without actually like having to rip up a different kit, because that's so expensive to kit bash like that. Be able to print out the stuff that you want is what got me into doing my 3D printing. Got me into changing out parts like I said, heads and shoulders. I've got some accessories on a couple of these Marines that are prints. I haven't done either of those two Marines yet. And yeah. All right, that was a very awkward tangent I just made there. Melbourne. I know where Sydney is. I don't know where Melbourne is. I think that's honestly what most Americans would say, though, is that they know where Sydney is. They don't know where any other major cities in Australia are. And we really only know where Sydney is because of the Olympics, so there's probably a lot of young people now who don't know where Sydney is, unless they actually go there. Though I did have a buddy who moved to Australia for a period of time for his work. I thought it was strange, because the position he was going in didn't seem that crucial. But he did, and they debated fully moving over there. I think work forced him back over into the States, and the money to move to the other side of the world is just not feasible. Melbourne is the southernmost capital city. Well, on the mainland, obviously, Tasmania is below us, and their capital, Hobart? I'm not going to lie. I didn't realize that Tasmania was part of Australia. I thought they were their own independent thing. Like, I knew they were part of the continent, but I thought Tasmania was its own separate country. But again, stupid American, so I apologize for my ignorance. Can't really say that it's ever been something that's come up. We are the sporting capital of Australia, known for our arts and coffee culture. Coffee culture? Home of the AFL, Aussie rules, football, known as footy. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Yep, good coffee here. See, that's the thing. I never really thought about that. Like we have Seattle, that's kind of our coffee capital. But I never thought of like actually thinking about that in other nations, or like even that made sense as a concept. Lots of cafes here. That's why Starbucks never took off here. Well, Starbucks shouldn't have taken off here, but it did. And that's really all I have to say about it. I don't. That's another one of those things. I don't really understand why we decided to do that. What we did. Come on. Ain't where I want you to put it. I've lost a few bristles in this brush, so I've got one bristle that sticks out real far compared to the others now. So it's making some of these lines a little difficult. Just line down the middle, and I want to get rid of as much of this white like. I also might. That's also a strong possibility. I'm not gonna lie, this guy is kind of starting to look like a Bengal. The Ohio American football team. I believe their colors are orange and black, and because of the helmet and the split nature of this pattern, kind of looking like a Bengal. I don't care. But that might just be, once again, one of those Texans hate every other people from every other state kind of deal. All right. Well, that's gonna be the orange blocked in. Like I said, I'm gonna end here in a second. I wanna better coverage on this leg real quick, but I'm gonna end here in a second. I'm still not able to raid. So sadly, I cannot send y'all on to other people to benefit them. I would if I could. I'd be sending y'all over to somebody who has like one viewer or two viewers. I tried sending you over to somebody with one last time, and then I realized that they were also locking down chat. So I didn't really care for that. I apologize for those of you I sent to. Has black, well, dark gray, white, and orange as you're using. Just a GWS Science, Greater Western Sydney. Okay, like I said, it just looks like the Bengals from Cincinnati. So yeah, that's we've got the this mainly blocked in. I've got some cleanup that needs to do, but like I said, I'm not going to be doing cleanup right now because I do need to end. I need to walk around a bit because my legs are starting to feel weird. But this is what he looks like right now. So far on stream, I've blocked in the gray and the orange on him. And that'll be the one I continue on next time. We did this guy, who is the split down the middle that we got done. I didn't get the face pipes on him, but I got the rest of him for the most part. So that's the one. And then last time we started this guy who has his shoulder, his arms, head, and backpack as orange, with the rest of him being the dark gray. Finished him up today, minus the plasma. That's that look. And then, of course, the guy that we finished last stream that has the shin, the right shin, the left arm, the helmet, and the right knee pad, all is the orange. And then the rest gray. There's that we did. So, yeah, that's what's happened so far. We'll be continuing next stream with the with this guy, and then we'll be starting on another one that's going to be more striped than he is anything else. You'll see what I mean when we get to work on that. That was one that Virencroc that helped me come up with the idea for. So yeah, if y'all have any other ideas for patterns, I'm open to them. The idea right now is that we're going to be doing 5 unique patterns and then inverting the colors on the other 5 guys in the unit. But if we can come up with 10 unique patterns, I will do 10 unique patterns. If you say checker, I'm going to say no, not doing checker. That's just not happening. But I'm open to additional patterns. Hop in the Discord, send that to me in the general if you have the ideas. Like I said, I can't raid, so this is going to be the end of the stream. I really appreciate everybody coming out. I appreciate all of the follows that have come in today. That being Swedish Muppet Guy, Pausecraft, Spoodly Doodler, Casual Necromancy, Datsu Games, and Poninator. I appreciate the follows from all of y'all today. Thank you very much. It looks like we're 8 people away from me reaching... No, 9. We're 9 people away from affiliate. At which point, I will be doing the JoJo stream. We still don't have an STL chosen for that. I'm accepting submissions for that as well on the Discord. I would love to see y'all's ideas for a JoJo figure that I'm going to end up painting for making affiliate. So yeah. Thank you everybody so much for watching. I'll see y'all on Thursday.